Welcome back to the live show. Welcome back to the live show. God bless you for tuning in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is your boy, Genesis. I am back. Hopefully, this doesn't lag or hopefully this stream does not lag or hang or whatever it was doing before. Hopefully, it doesn't lag. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back with another title, with another thumbnail, with another story, with another energy. It is currently 2:06 a.m. Of course, it is late. It is late, people. Are you sleeping or are you awake? Let me know. Let me know. Are you sleeping or are you awake? Because I want to know if I should do this or I should not do this. Shout out to Buck Creek Woody. Shout out to Butt Creek Woody. Shout out to you, Brody. Welcome back to the live show. It is your boy Genesis. Thank you for tuning in. You know what time it is. All right, the title for tonight or this morning is The Art of the Deal in America. The Art of the Deal in America. You know, back in Oh yeah. I see you, Cooper. I see you, Mr. Booski. Shout out to Mr. Booski, man. He is back. Okay. Shout out to Cooper one more time. If you remember the book written by the 45th president and the 47th president elect, Donald J. Trump, he wrote a book called or titled The Art of the Deal. I suspect, I predict that the next 4 years will be the art of the deal in America. This man will negotiate our, our debt down. This man will negotiate the best economic comeback. This man would negotiate his way to peace around the world. This is what I predict, guys. I hope I'm right because I want peace. I want the best economy. This man is gonna negotiate the best border deal. Okay, you already see Tom Homan. He went to the border yesterday. This is what I predict, guys. Now he's saying, well, this is what he campaigned on, right? He campaigned on tariffs. Okay, this is why people voted for him. People were like, you know what? He's gonna secure the border. He's gonna bring back the economy. He's gonna bring back peace around the world. And of course, it said the way he's gonna bring back the economy is through tariff and drill, baby, drill. Let's see what CNN has to say concerning the hike in tariff this man is proposing. Shout out to the 47th president elect, the Don.
Breaking news this hour as President-elect Trump has just announced that starting on day one of his administration, he'll charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tax for all products coming into the United States, all in caps there. That could raise costs for Americans on everything coming across either border. We're talking about cars, electronics, oil, wood, food, avocados, maple syrup. Trump says it's to force the U.S.'s closest neighbors to take action on illegal immigration and crime and drugs. But he's not stopping there. After that, just a few moments later, he also posted this on Truth Social, saying the United States will charge an additional 10% tariff on all of China's many products coming into the U.S. Of course, those many products include everything: smartphones, computers, washing machines, toys, video game consoles. My team of political and economic sources join me now. And Rana, just on the Mexico and Canada aspect, 51% of all fresh fruit, 69% of vegetables, according to the USDA, come from Mexico.
Yeah.
These are voters who just put Trump in office because they trusted him more on the economy. How should they be reading a promise like that from Trump tonight?
Oh, man. Well, I was always astounded, I have to say, that he ran on, I'm going to lower inflation, when if you look at the policies, tariffs included, it's all about raising inflation, right? And it's also raising the dollar, which is going to have a larger impact in the market. I want to just say, though, I think this is an opening gambit. You know, I don't want to say that, all right, this is going to be the way it's going to be from day one. Trump says a lot of things.
You think he's bluffing?
I think that what's happening fundamentally now that's different under this president is that the U.S. market will be used as a chit on a gambling table that is the global economy. I mean, that is the way you have to look at it. We are not in trade as usual. We are not in the economy that we've known, frankly, for the last 40 years or so. It's going to be totally different.
I mean, Alyssa, you worked for Trump as his communications director in the White House. I mean, there are moments where Trump says he's going to do something and backs down. He did it his last time in office. He definitely put tariffs on, but there were certain ones where advisors could talk him out of that. What does that look like in round two?
Well, Donald Trump has basically two core policy beliefs. He believes the border should be secure, and he believes in tariffs, even when his economic advisors have at times recommended strongly against them in the previous administration. This is something he ran on and was vocal about, and I'm not surprised that this is one of the first things that he's announcing, despite warnings from fellow Republicans who have said this is actually just going to increase the cost of goods on everything. A lot of folks are calling it an Amazon tax. Anything that you're buying that is, coming from China, you're going to pay a lot more for. There will be advisors around him. I'll be curious to see how his incoming Treasury Secretary wants to react to this. Steve Mnuchin in the first administration was somebody who often pushed back on some of the efforts to put in place bigger tariffs. But you have people like Peter Navarro, who is in his ear saying this is the way to hold Mexico, China, and other places accountable.
And he's expected to get a top job, Peter Navarro. But speaking of his Treasury Secretary pick, Scott Bessent, who we were just talking about here on Friday, he did a CNBC interview right after the election and was talking about tariffs. And this is what he said about the effectiveness of how they're implemented.
I would recommend that tariffs be layered in gradually, which would the price adjustment would be over a period of time.
And Essie, when you hear that, I want to get both your thoughts on this, but when you hear that, congressional Republicans or business Republicans who, like Trump, have said for a long time, it's a threat. He's threatening this to stop fentanyl coming across the border, to stop illegal immigration. The question is, what does it look like in January if he actually does have to put these on?
Bad. Remember there was a thing a long time ago. It was called a fiscal conservative. Do you remember what that was? I do. It was good times. There's a
in the Midwest.
That was a few are still around. But for us, that meant lowering the debt and the deficit. That meant anti-inflationary economic policy, and foundational to that was anti-protectionism, and that means opposing tariffs. And that's for a century. That's not new. That was bedrock to the right, and that's why you're still seeing some Republicans and some conservatives, like the Club for Growth and National Review, write column after column begging Trump to abandon this and even to stop talking like this, because even the threat triggers a trade war. No one wins a trade war. That's just, we know that. And to your point, I talked to voters for 6 months. The main thing they wanted was for Trump to lower the cost of goods. The exact opposite is the first thing he's going to do when he gets into office if he follows through with this.
And Caitlin, you got to know, this is a dynamic process. People aren't just going to sit back and say, oh, wow, you raised our tariffs, we're going to sit here and let it happen. They will then respond in some way. And so these are three of our largest trading partners that are out there. So we just think about our exports. I just wrote it down. We export $427 billion to Canada. We export another $362 billion of goods to Mexico, and another $200 billion of goods to China. One of the things we export to China? Soybeans. And you know where soybeans are grown? Iowa, Indiana, Ohio, all states that voted for Donald Trump. So he's supposed to be representing these voters, and he may in fact be putting them in a position where they're going to have a harder time selling their products, and it's going to cost us money.
What about oil? I mean, the U.S. imports $4.3 million barrels of oil a day from Canada. What does that look like when there's a 25% tariff on that for people who rely on that?
Well, not good. And, food and fuel hits the lower 25% of the sort of socioeconomic ladder hardest. So the working people, that many of them that voted for Trump, are going to get hit. But I want to say two things. I think, again, we have to think about this as a bargain, as a game that Trump is playing. And not to justify
And voters
tariffs.
trust Trump on this. I mean, that's
They do.
part. I mean,
They
the numbers overwhelmingly showed that.
100%. And I think that they are aware that we are in a new world where, yes, there used to be, when everybody was coming together in the kind of Anglo-American style capitalism, that was one thing to have, a trickle down, low deficit and debt. Now you're competing against China. You're competing against countries that have fundamentally different economic systems. And, not a huge fan of tariffs, but I do think that they are one tool in the toolbox that can be deployed in strategic ways. You saw Biden do it too. So this is not just
and how he's
a Republican,
messaging it matters. So he's kind of framing this as we're doing it because we're having fentanyl come over the border, we're having an illegal flow of people in the country, and those are real issues that voters said that they cared about. And I think this is also getting ahead of if he does go forward with this mass deportations that he's talking about. If we're not talking about Obama numbers of like 2 million people, you're talking 10 million people. That impact.
If they let him do his job and not use the media to kind of get on these deals, Canada, Mexico, China, all of these people will come to the table because that's the whole plan. He's been saying this for a long time. If they just chill and let him do his job, just chill, let him do his job, people. Just let him do his job. This is why we voted for him. He has the popular vote. He has the electoral college. Can you let him do his job? Lee.
The agriculture sector, that impacts the hospitality sector. There's major economic impacts. And I think this gives him some cover when people start realizing the downside of also his immigration policies.
Yeah, or when the tariffs are put in place and guacamole is,
I mean, really extra. Anything but my avocado.
Really extra at Chipotle.
Yeah, exactly. Portion smaller.
I hope they let this man do his job, bro. This is all. I pray they don't use, because the media is very, very important when it comes to these deals. Okay, these deals, the media is very important. They better back him up. They better back him up. This is a man that is trusted by over 76 million Americans when it comes to the economy, the border.
We are back apparently to the era of federal policy announced via social media. The president-elect on Truth Social, of course, promising to penalize both neighbors to the north and to the south with a 25% tariff on all products entering the U.S. starting on day one of his second term. Trump also vowing financial vengeance on China with a 10% tariff on top of all the other tariffs already in place against Beijing. CNN economics commentator Catherine Rampell joins us in the fifth seat. And Catherine, I want to start with your initial reaction to this 25%, because it's not unexpected, right? We've been hearing that tariffs would be coming with a Trump administration.
I mean, it is not unexpected in a sense. It may be unexpected to Americans who thought Trump was going to lower their prices. Because if you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring grocery prices down, I have some very bad news for you. A lot of our produce comes from Mexico. 2/3 of the tomatoes that Americans purchase are from Mexico. 90% of the avocados that they purchase are from Mexico, just to mention 2 examples. So that guac is definitely going to cost extra. If you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring down the cost of housing, a lot of our lumber, cement, other materials comes from Canada, which means that construction costs are going to go up. Not to mention all of the ways he's going to roil the U.S. auto industry, because a lot of autos cross borders in North America multiple times before they're ultimately finished and sold to consumers. Not to mention the fact that a lot of U.S. manufacturers purchase inputs, intermediate goods like metals and cement and other things from Canada, from Mexico, and not to mention even the retaliation that we should expect. All of which is going to be very bad for consumers, not to mention, again, many of the U.S. workers that Trump allegedly wants to help.
What about tequila?
Tequila, I would bet that that's going to suffer too.
I'm out. Count me out.
But can I ask our Republicans at the table, I know there's a love-hate relationship with tariffs, with some people sort of saying, like, yes, they can be a cudgel against other countries when you want to have influence over their policy. And we should say in these Truth Social tweets, he was talking about immigration and the border and fentanyl. But that's a long economic laundry list.
You know, the last time Catherine and I were on, you were saying that if Trump deports illegal immigrants, our groceries are going to go up because who will pick our crops? Now you're saying if he does tariffs, you're saying, well, the groceries come from Mexico and Canada.
Yeah,
so
we do produce quite a bit of
you have now officially
yeah,
have it
all
both
of the
ways.
groceries. No, these things are not
let him
mutually
talk.
exclusive.
Let him
the
talk.
groceries
You
that
just
we
said you
consume
just
here.
said you just said all the produce is coming from Mexico. But before we were all together, you were saying no, it's all picked by illegals here in the U.S.
I said nothing of the sort.
I think
not
we
accuse me of
we
that.
do actually have a sense of what this could affect in terms of goods. For instance, from Canada, oil is one of the things. Also, when it comes to China, technology, machinery, you've got that from Canada here. Vehicles is another one.
Look,
you know, the reason why I wanted to start the show with this is because, like, it's shopping time.
Yeah.
I mean, we are literally heading into the season, and
It's shopping time. It's
avocados
traveling
aside,
time.
there's a lot of stuff that's going to come up.
Gas
And
prices are gonna go up,
Jim,
too.
you've said in the past that you did not like across the board tariffs. So
No.
when someone gets on and says
Same
25%,
news every time.
check everyone, you feel what?
I would point out that Mexico did violate the U.S. Mexico-Canada trade agreement earlier this year when they enacted AMLO's judicial reforms. So technically, Trump could say this is in retaliation for that. What he did say is every time Trump rattles the saber, and he's been calling for tariffs on just about everything since the 1980s, he always gives the other country an out.
And he's not even the president of the United States now. He is the president-elect. He's not going to resume in the White House until after Christmas and New Year. But it's still the great Bidenomics. What are these people doing?
He always says, this is what I want to see. I want to see fentanyl response from China. I want to see closing the borders. I want to see immigration. And we went through a lot of this in the first term. And Trump would always say, we're going to have the biggest, the most terrible tariffs you've ever seen. We're going to tariff the hell out of you. And inevitably, there'd be some sort of, everyone would panic. And then there'd be some sort of sense of, okay, can we get a fig leaf? Can we get some sort of policy change that Trump can point to and say, this is a win? USMCA was not dramatically different from NAFTA. But Trump acted like he had completely reinvented it and finally gotten Americans this much better deal. I'd be surprised if we actually enact these tariffs and prices go up everywhere, then everybody in the administration is going to see, okay, how can we get out of this while looking like we've got some sort of victory?
Yeah.
Any move by these foreign governments is going to be seen as, okay, that's our out.
Chuck, let me bring you into this because obviously there are a lot of constituencies that were very interested in the Trump administration, Trump 47 being a sort of shift to the economy and something that would benefit them. Who benefits here?
Look, it all depends who you are. If you're in the Trump administration, you're going to say, I've been telling you this from day one. I think there's nobody here, even Democrats, even this Democrat, who would say that we don't want to secure the border. And to Scott's point, he's been talking about it for a long time. There's 476, if I did my Googling right, $billion that come in from Mexico. And if you start putting a tariff on that, it costs people more money, and the prices go up, I think there will be a pushback from lots of people across the country because they voted for cheaper gas and groceries.
I'll tell you who benefits from this. It's anybody that Trump tipped off at Mar-a-Lago yesterday that he was going to do this because the exchange rate between the Mexican peso and the U.S. dollar just rapidly changed. So, yeah, there are some people who are going to pocket some money from this.
I understand Trump's hatred or disdain for Mexico. I don't understand.
Let's not forget the Canadians.
Well, that's what I was
about to say. What did I do?
Exactly. That's what I'm
No, the
saying.
question is, what do they not do?
It's like Trump. Everybody is Trump's enemy at some point, and so Canada. You know why are they out of China, Mexico, and Canada? Those are the three countries. But also, I just
Canada for fentanyl coming in.
But I think the thing that'll be interesting is, look, we had an election. I'm gonna say it over and over. Elections have consequences. It is going to be shopping season, but Donald Trump won't be the president when this first holiday season comes. But if he enacts tariffs by the time the next holiday season comes, which will be 2025, going into a midterm year of 2026, that administration will have questions to answer to the American people that he sold a bill of goods and now the bills are a lot higher.
And I want to add one thing. You said it's not this season, but you already have many American companies speaking to the media, right, saying,
going
whether
overseas.
it be Walmart, whether it be whoever. I know in our podcast we're talking to people in the fashion industry about like the materials they're buying ahead of time. So it will make a big difference, even if it means people rushing in this moment. I want to move to this issue of immigration, since you guys kind of have all touched on it here, which is that you have the sort of potential incoming administration talking about how they will wield policy. And one of the ways to do that is to threaten federal funding to sanctuary cities, sanctuary states,
every single time. They never miss.
We've seen this before. But do we think that this is going to be the approach that works, so to speak, if you want to implement something as big as mass deportation?
Well, he needs to threaten these local officials who are currently threatening, what you might characterize as an insurrection when they're saying, hey, we're going to resist the federal government's attempt.
I mean, we'll save insurrection for insurrections.
Listen, you've got elected officials.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston said that he was going to deploy the Denver police to stop federal immigration officials from enforcing that. Now, he backtracked from that, unsurprisingly. He had said, I'm willing to go to jail over this. And I believe it was the Trump's appointee for Homeland Security or for immigration was like, yes, fine, that's fine. We agree to your terms. We will put you in jail over that. The Trump administration desperately wants some Democratic official to deploy cops who should be out trying to get criminals to stop illegal immigrants from being rounded up and sent over back for deportment. They want this fight. They'd love to have this fight.
Jeff?
I was fixing to ask you which one of the administrations in Trump was it, Hulk Hogan or Macho Man Randy Savage, but we'll stay on this immigration stuff.
That's a deep cut.
Competing the two got me there. So look, me and Scott have had this debate, and Scott will tell me that we're just going to deport bad people, or these people. I think he says it's 1. Check me, Scott. 1.2 people that's got records that need to be deported, or some kind
almost 1.6.
1.6. Yeah. All right. So we talked last time I was here about my business partner, who is from El Salvador, whose TPS expires in March. If she doesn't self-deport, she is one of these criminals at that point. And she's been here for 26 years or 22 years. She came here when she was 6, and she works for me. She will make more money than a U.S. congressman and pay more taxes than him this year. This is the problem I have. This is the problem where real people with real lives are going to be affected by this, and I think there's kickback to that.
I think that the deportation and immigration conversation goes hand in hand with the tariff conversation, because the stated reason for the tariffs is not just because he's mad.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. God bless you. Double tap your screen, smash the like button, and subscribe to the channel. My understanding is if you are in another country, you came here legally. Maybe you came here for tourism, or you came here for whatever you came here for. You came here for school or whatever. And you stay for 26 years without looking for the proper channel to become a member of that community, to become a member of that society. There is so many ways to become a United States citizen. Why would you stay here for 26 years and not figure it out? That's just wild, beyond imagination. 26 years and what were you doing? And now your stay is about to expire in March. What were you doing for 26 years?
He wants to use it as a tool, as a cudgel against these countries that he doesn't think are stopping the flow of people and drugs across our border. That's the point of it. But he ran on essentially a couple of issues here that are tied to the same thing, which is that he believes illegal immigration has led to all sorts of cultural and governance problems for this country.
I think we're also kind of asking everyone, and people talk about this with Democrats a lot, unintended consequences is a real thing, right? So what are you walking into?
Unintended consequences, if you look at whom Trump prioritized for deportation in his first term, it was not the criminals. In fact, he released more convicted and charged criminals into the United States than Biden did, because he was filling up his jails with asylum seekers and TPS recipients whose TPS had expired, and refugees and visa overstays. They can say all they want that they're planning to prioritize criminals, which I think is great. In fact, Obama did that. Obama, remember, was the deporter in chief. But that is not what Trump did.
He just caps every single time she
Trump-era order that prioritized detaining and deporting criminals in favor of having no priorities, which means everyone, which means your business partner, which means an asylum seeker.
The thing that will be interesting is that you're right. We debated over and over. I don't agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. He also has never really explained how he's going to execute the deportations, which gives a lot of people fear, alarm, and concern. But when the deportations start to happen, and people see children going home from school and a parent not being there anymore, we're all human. There's an emotional toll that takes place on our society. And that is why governing is hard. I don't agree with it. But when he starts to implement his policies, it will have real implications on people's lives, American citizens and people who are living here that are not documented. And we'll see with the American public. I suspect that very soon in the Trump administration, people will remember what those 4 years used to be like under Donald Trump, and some will regret their choice.
They are trying to guilt, shame the president-elect from doing his job, his duties, and this is why he was elected to be the 47th. He has said he will deport people. He has said it. He has been saying it, and he still won the election. He said it, and yet he won the election. So the American people want secured border. They want a great economy. They want made in America. Like, what do you? These guys are just on another level, man. We're not buying that anymore.
Joining me now is former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich. Don't ask me, Gov, how I would know about life coaches on the internet, okay? But I know there are a lot of them out there. But she's acting kind of like a toddler in one of those soccer games where everybody gets a trophy at the end of the game. Like everybody should celebrate her for blowing up 1.6 billion maybe if you top it off. What's your reaction to this tonight?
She should have run for therapist in chief instead of president of the United States. But she owes it to her supporters. I mean, she did. She ran through $1.5 billion, a record amount of money. Half of her supporters are small dollar donors. They averaged about $49 in contributions. And yet she spent the money, $1 million or $2.5 million on Oprah Winfrey, $4 million on private jet travel, $15 million for event producers to put together some of those concerts that they were performing. And, you know, I think about Aunt Martha sitting in Chillicothe, Ohio, at her kitchen table writing a $25 check to the Democrat candidate because she's been a lifelong Democrat. And the idea that Kamala would blow the money on entertainment, people, celebrities, Hollywood, and rich people really sums up what the Democrats today are about. They're about using the little guy and taking their money and using it to enrich the wealthy and those who already have stature and a good way of living. And that campaign is a reflection of how Democrats have been governing. And the way she treats her campaign money is how Democrats treat taxpayer dollars. The people are there to serve them, not them to serve the people.
Yeah. Well, she's also, we're going to get to Tim Walz in a second, but she's also trying to cling to her joyful theme that she desperately tried to use throughout the campaign, and it fell flat, but she's trying to revive it. Watch.
I know this is an uncertain time. I'm clear-eyed about that. I know you're clear-eyed about it. And it feels heavy. But as you've heard me say many times, hard work can be joyful work.
Okay, those bubbles, Sam, what are those bubbles on the side? Those are like people commenting. What are those? We don't know what it is, but it makes it look like, I don't know. I'm in a good mood. I'm in such a good mood. Everything is funny to me, but I don't even know what the point of this is, but it's hard work is joyful work. How about fraudulent work, lying that Donald Trump was a fascist? How about that? Is that joyful to smear somebody? Shouldn't be.
Well, here again, it's not being honest with the American people is among the reasons she lost. You know, the Democrats are trying to make people believe things they know deep down cannot be true. She's trying to tell her supporters that they should be joyful. Losing's hard. It's a tough thing. They have every right to feel bad about losing. She ought to be honest with them and tell them, lick your wounds, go under the shade of the trees, get some rest, and come back strong next time around. But they lost, they're depressed, and she ran a terrible campaign. But notwithstanding that, Trump ran a great campaign. He's the right man for the right time. And there was no way she was going to beat Trump in this election with the mood of the country. And the fact that the American people have woken up to the fact that they've been lied to so long by the establishment in Washington, Democrats
they're sick of it.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Let me know in the chat, do you think she is going to attempt to run in 2028? Do you think she's going to run again? I think she's going to try to run again, but how is she going to get past the primaries, though? That's what the issue is.
Republicans.
And Rod, Tim Walz was just a horrendously bad pick. I mean, going to Minnesota, one of the worst governors Minnesota's ever had, disaster handling the George Floyd riots, all of that. But he wants to give his take on where things stand now as well. Watch.
I know it's incredibly disappointing now. And look, candidly, it's a bit scary. We need to be that anchor for the folks who are wondering what's next. Find the place in your community to heal both yourselves and your community. And I know there's a bit of a feeling of loss because we saw what a real leader looks like.
Okay, well, you could look at his eyeballs closely. He's reading. He can't even have a natural moment in defeat. Again, authenticity, Trump has it in spades. These people have none of it.
Well, that's right. That was inauthentic as well. And the fact that they're talking about fear and being afraid. I mean, the American people have a reason to be afraid, but it's because Biden is escalating the situation in Ukraine. And so is some of our NATO partners, creating a situation before President Trump takes over that's frankly dangerous and frightening. This stuff they're talking about is just phony baloney. But again, the American people saw through it. And it's why she lost resoundingly. And it's why I think there's a new day in America, and there's a lot of hope, and a lot of Democrats are part of this new Trumpocrat movement that I believe I started all those years ago when I finally got home from spending 8 years in prison for politics and not for crimes. And one more thing, when I think about that governor as the nominee of the Democratic Party, frankly, I'd have been a better candidate with Kamala Harris, notwithstanding my criminal record. He was a terrible candidate as governors go, and she made a big mistake by not choosing Shapiro in Pennsylvania.
Hey, she would have won. She would have lost. Shapiro's the happiest man alive because he wasn't tied to Kamala Harris's.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a very interesting time. The next 4 years will be so interesting, and I believe the economy is going to boom, like really boom. And this is going to be like those times that you will be proud of your country. And some people will be like, yo, Genesis, but you were born in Nigeria. I am an American, though. I am an American, though. So don't you think I have the right to talk about the country that I am in, living in, have my family in, and I am a part of? And also, I'm a citizen of the United States. So it's like, I am so glad I voted for Trump because this is what people like to do. They like to guilt, shame you about the person that you're voting for. Is like, oh, look at you, you came from another country and you're voting for Trump. Yes, I voted for Trump because I can see what's going on. Okay, so how my life was from 2016 to 2020.
Welcome back. Mexico's president now threatening to give Trump a taste of his own medicine. This after he threatened a 25% tariff if shared borders with the United States are not secured once he assumes office. Trump also threatening to levy an additional 10% penalty on Chinese goods until officials in that country crack down on fentanyl production. Let's bring in Steve Forbes. We have him with us this afternoon. Steve, you're the perfect person to talk about this with. Take a look for some context here. U.S.'s top trading partners. Mexico comes in at number one with $475 billion of trade back and forth. China at number two. And then you can see there Canada at number three, just to set the stage. Do you think all of this sort of back and forthing between the president-elect and other foreign leaders right now is ultimately going to turn out to be helpful to U.S. goals or harmful?
I think it can be helpful to countries' goals of both countries. You may remember in the first term there was a lot of talk about a big trade war. Some tariffs were imposed. But at the end of the day, we renegotiated the old NAFTA treaty to the U.S. Mexico North Canada treaty. And I think what President Trump is trying to do is saying if we get together and solve this problem, that those tariffs need not happen. This is not just about the tariffs per se, but also about Mexico getting control of the border. Before Joe Biden came in, Mexico worked very closely with the U.S. to make sure these illegals, immigrants, did not come into the country. In fact, they worked hard to make sure they didn't even come into Mexico. So what we're trying to do is get back to what was happening in 2021 before the border was opened up, in effect. And in terms of the economic side, Mexico's economy needs all the help it can get. And so I think even though the president, Mexico is very nationalistic, especially vis-a-vis the U.S., I think they're going to be actually trying to get an agreement on trade, on make sure we don't get in a trade war, because both sides are going to get hurt. And this new Mexican president, the last thing she needs is a crisis, real economic crisis on her border.
Well, it's interesting to note the way that the two countries responded to the incoming president today. You had Canada, Justin Trudeau hopping on the phone with the incoming president and then putting out sort of messages that seem meant to reassure folks. We have a lot of shared interests. Nothing's going to go off the tracks here. But then Mexico's officials weighed in and said, well, if you do that to us, we're going to hit you right back by increasing tariffs on your goods coming into our country. So it's a bit of a compare and contrast scenario.
Well, I think we have to remember the president who preceded this one was also of the same far left and was making noises about Mexico doing harm to the U.S. economically if we did it to them. So I think these are preliminaries before they sit down. In fact, I think they're going to be sitting down informally well before January 20th because they know this sword is hanging over their heads. And they'll find a face-saving way to get an agreement so that, one, they get control of the border again, and two, Mexico lives up to the new trade agreement. They have been violating it in terms of in the energy side, in terms of our people there, our businesses there having access to a court system that actually works fairly. So I think there's a lot to discuss. And so, yes, these are preliminaries, and that's why the market hasn't tanked, because they know they're going to sit down. It's in their interests of both sides. They make a lot of noise, but they're going to negotiate an agreement, just as they did in the Trump's first term.
This is all just the warm-up, sounds like. Ken Griffin, one of the top hedge fund managers in the country, disagrees. Take a listen to what he says.
Mm-hmm. Those same companies that enjoy that moment.
Man, thank you to everybody watching the live stream. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, smash the like button. Let's get the likes up. This is the thing, right? I always say this. I moved here like 7-8 years ago, right? And I love the United States so much. I love the people of the United States. I love the culture in the United States. I love the opportunity in the United States. My family is here. And it's like, when I talk to some Americans that were born here, they say outrageous things about the United States. And I'm wondering, like, how don't you love this country? Why don't you love this country like I do? Like, I love this country so much. I want to see the economy great. I want to see the border secured. I want peace. I want unity. Like, even if you're a Democrat, even if you're a Republican, come together and unite and let the country be a better place. It's like, isn't that like common sense?
Sugar rush of having their competitors removed from the battlefield soon become complacent. I'm much more concerned that this is the beginning of a slippery slope towards economic both irrelevance and going back to the earliest point, a decline in productivity.
So maybe you can interpret that for us. I take it to mean that he feels these tariffs could be hurtful to U.S. companies and businesses and consumers in the longer term.
Well, if they remain permanent and we had these 25, 60, 100% tariffs, yes, they would be very harmful. We've seen that from history, especially during the 1930s. But the words he used, slippery slope, yes, we have to avoid that. I think both countries want to avoid that because one of the things President Trump wants to have is a vibrant economy again. He's got to get a major tax bill through next year, which is going to be a very difficult haul because everyone's going to want to put their own stuff in the thing. So that's going to be a hard thing to get done. They will get it done. They have to get it done. So the last thing he wants is an economy that's troubled because of a tariff war. So, and again, Mexico does not want to go the way of Venezuela. They have a large population. And so I think both sides, after they each get their chest pumped up and everything, will sit down and get an agreement, but and will avoid that slippery slope that he warns about.
One thing that President Trump did in his first term, he's gearing up to do in his second term, is to couple trade with the border issue, both for Canada and Mexico and even China to some extent. He's coupling the threats of tariffs against Chinese officials if they don't tamp down on illegal fentanyl coming across the southern border. Do you think that is the right approach at this moment in time? It's certainly not something the Biden administration has done.
No, and the Biden administration created this a disaster. 10 to 11 million people illegally in this country, violent gangs in this country, which is absolutely astonishing that we allowed that to happen. And so the first term, President Trump, you remember, had to use some very hard language, had to really hit hard on Mexico. But they finally, with a government that was not friendly to the United States, but they finally reached an agreement where by the time President Trump left office, the illegal crossings on our border were de minimis, and a wall was actually being constructed. So I think it goes back. Hopefully we can get back to what we had in 2021. It worked in the first term, and I think they'll try to make it happen in the second term. We cannot allow the border to...
You cannot stop this man, man. This is something that I know for a fact. You cannot stop President Trump. He is unstoppable. The 47th, the legendary 47th, is unstoppable. This time, there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's just what it is. I'm sorry. Okay, I am sorry. Anyway, Tom Homan is the border czar, and he is already going to the border. He is already analyzing, strategizing what he is going to do. Man, Tom Homan ain't playing around, people. That man's face looks like he's not gonna play with nobody.
Here with reaction, the man that President Trump appointed to fix the border, Tom Homan, along with someone who, frankly, has played a very big role in bringing attention to this security disaster, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, and they're going to be together all day tomorrow. Tom, you heard this mayor out there in Colorado. I want to get your reaction to it, and I want you to be clear about who has jurisdiction, the federal government or state and local governments. And if you're a sanctuary state or city, are you breaking the law?
You're absolutely breaking law. All you have to do is look at Arizona versus U.S. You'll see these breaking law. But look, me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. Because there's a statute, it's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III, and what it says is, it's a felony if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. It's also a felony to impede a federal law enforcement officer. So if we don't want to help, that's fine. He can get the hell out of the way. But we're going to go do the job. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives. And I find it shocking that any mayor of a city would say, President Trump's been clear. We want to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. I find it hard to believe that any mayor or governor would say they don't want public safety threats removed from their neighborhoods. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on in Denver, but we're going to go and we're going to fix it. If he don't want to fix it, if he don't want to protect his communities, President Trump and ICE will.
So you will be going into Colorado, Illinois, New York, California, and you are going to uphold the law of the land. That's your commitment. It doesn't matter what these elected politicians threaten or say that they're going to do.
We're going to enforce the law, period. And they're not going to stop us.
You know, Governor Abbott, I watched you with great frustration do everything imaginable in your power, come up with idea after idea after idea, because you were bearing the brunt of this from the very beginning. And you tried to put up barriers in the beginning, and then you tried to work the courts in the beginning. Then you started flying people out of your state to the sanctuary cities and states, and then all of a sudden, people like Mayor Eric Adams, to his credit, he finally got there, realized maybe this is not such a good idea, wide open borders, because we can't control what's going on here. How frustrating has that been for you?
Well, listen, it's very frustrating when we have a country and a president and an administration that are fighting back against the law, inviting all this illegal immigration into our country, bringing those people in who are committing those rapes, those murders, and crushing families across the entire country. So I'm thankful that we finally have a president, President Trump, who's going to enforce the laws of the United States of America. I'm thankful that we have Tom Homan as the incoming border czar, who's going to help execute those laws and enforce those laws and make sure that we get back to restoring order. But also, I'm thankful, especially this time of the year, what Tom's going to help me out with tomorrow. I'm thankful for the National Guard troops who've been serving on our border for the past 4 years under the Biden administration, erecting the barriers, repelling and denying entry to people trying to enter the country illegally. Those are men and women who deserve the respect of the entire United States of America. And we're going to go feed them Thanksgiving dinner, Thanksgiving lunch, and show them the gratitude that they deserve.
Yeah. Let me ask you, I had Senator Rand Paul, Tom, on my radio program today, and he thinks it's a matter of police and ICE resources, not the military, that can be used in this effort. What is your answer to that? Constitutionally, he says there's a problem.
We need DOD's assistance. Look, we got millions of people we need to find. And we got a lot of criminal aliens. We got a lot of national security threats. We need to find these people. It is, I think, DOD. This is a national security vulnerability. I think it's the biggest national security vulnerability we've seen since 9/11 because of the over 2 million gotaways. We already arrested a record number of people off the terrorist watch list crossing the border. We know 2.2 million people paid more to get away. They didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. That scared the hell out of everybody. So DOD's helped on the border on numerous administrations. We need their help on the Trump administration. They don't have to be out arresting people, but they can certainly help us with transportation. They can help us staff up groups. They can help us do some of the infrastructure building. They can help us some of the logistics. We need DOD's help, and President Trump's committed. DOD's helping us, and we're going to do that. So, again, President Trump's a tough president, and DOD's assistance is going to help us be more successful in the country. It's just sad that Rand Paul would say that. I think we all need to be on the same page. Again, we all should be on the same page. We're talking about the biggest national security vulnerability we've seen in this nation. We all should be on the same page. Republicans, Democrats, Independents, everybody.
Well, don't count on the Democrats because all they're doing is preparing to be resisting every effort you make, and why they're putting the so-called rights, which illegal immigrants obviously don't have, over the safety and security of Americans, the drugs, the cartels, the gangs, the known terrorists in the country is inexplicable to me. Governor, you have used the National Guard. You have used it successfully. Would every state be able to start with that and add to the ICE personnel as well?
So it's a great strategy. Remember this, Sean, and that is we had half of America's governors send either their National Guard or DPS equivalent, Department of Public Safety equivalent, to the state of Texas. From Republican states across the country, all governors were lending their support. So bottom line, this has already happened. And in Texas, we show the way that the police force can work collaboratively with the military force, where the police are doing the policing. The military are doing things like building border barriers that deny entry. And so there is a very meaningful role for the military in this situation. And it's something that we are expecting and hoping that President Trump will use, because here's the deal. In my opinion, we don't have enough ICE agents. We don't have enough Border Patrol agents. We need as much manpower as we can get right now, because it's all hands on deck for us to be able to deny illegal entry and to deport all those who are here illegally. It's a full-time job, and we need all the people we can get to do that job.
What do you say, Tom Homan, to any elected official that is pledging to aid, abet, and assist illegal immigrants and prevent you and your team from doing the job you've been hired to do?
Again, I think the message is, you cannot help. That's your choice. I can't believe you don't want to help remove public safety threats and national security threats from your communities. I think that's your number one responsibility. But they obviously hate President Trump more than they love their communities. So look, I'll say it again. Don't cross the line. Do not impede us. Do not knowingly harbor and concealing an alien, or there's going to be consequences. Thank God we have a strong president coming in, President Trump. We got a strong secretary coming in, Kristi Noem, who I've had a lot of communications with. And look, me and Governor Abbott, we're already working together. We're already making plans. We're not waiting for January 20th. The planning starts now. January 20th, game on. So if they want to push back, but don't cross that line.
Yeah, we got to protect.
Woo-wee! Look at his face. Look at that man's face, people. He said, do not get in our way. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to help protect your society, your community. So you're saying you hate President Trump more than you love your community. Look at his face. Look at that man's face. That man he is not playing around. Tom Homan, the borders are. He isn't playing around. Look at the governor on the right hand side. The governor is smiling like a governor should. Look at Tom Homan's face. That man's face looks like GTA 6. He ain't playing. He is not playing. Okay.
CNN's Rosa Flores is in Houston for us now. Rosa, how is Mexico responding to what we're hearing from the incoming Trump administration about how they plan to crack down on the border and carry out these mass deportations?
Well, very sternly. As a matter of fact, Mexico's president held a press conference this morning in response to President-elect Donald Trump's threat to impose tariffs on Mexico, actually. But Jim, as you know, all of these things are intermingled. Mexico's president was very firm. She called out President-elect Donald Trump, saying that both Mexico and the United States collaborate on a lot of different levels, including economically. And in other words, she said that she's ready to respond in kind. Let me read to you a portion of that letter that she sent to President-elect Donald Trump. She said, quote, "President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will solve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understandings are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response." I'm going to read that one more time because these are very important words from Mexico's president. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response. Continuing like this until we put.
He doesn't know what's coming. Hey, hey, Miss President, Madam President, you don't know what's coming. You want to go back and forth with the great art of the deal, legendary President 45th and now the 47th? You think you can do it? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's probably reading this and is looking and smiling and is looking at Elon Musk and saying, "Can you believe this? Can you believe this lady right here?" He's probably looking at the tweet and is like, "Elon, can you believe this lady right here? Elon Vivek, can you believe this lady? Can you believe this lady?"
Shared companies at risk. Now, the tone of this letter is very important because Mexico's president is not just talking about tariffs, about economic and the economic relationship with the United States, but also the border relationship with the United States, because Mexico has done a lot to help the Biden administration control the migration that is coming into the U.S. southern border, which begs the question about what is happening on the U.S. southern border, given that Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming U.S. border czar, Tom Homan, are on the border today. Here's the reality. The migrant apprehension numbers are extremely low. I talked to a law enforcement.
Did she just say Mexico has done a lot to help control migration? You cannot even believe what some people say when it comes to this type of stuff. I get it. You don't like Trump. I get it. You don't like Trump. I get it. Sometimes I don't even like this guy. However, it's like, why would you even say something like that? Did you just say Mexico, they've done a lot to...
Enforcement source, Jim, who says that on Sunday, migrant apprehensions were about 1,500. If you compare that to December of 2023, when 10,000 people were crossing the border per day, that just gives you a sense of the dramatic change. The reality is, and I've talked to both people on the ground, agents, and also advocates who work on the border, they say it is very quiet right now, very low, despite what you're hearing from Governor Greg Abbott and the incoming border czar, Tom Homan. Back to you.
All right, Rosa Flores, important context. Thank you very much.
What do Americans want in terms of what were their top priorities for Trump? This is according to CBS News YouGov poll that came out. Their highest priority is lower prices. 79% of Americans want lower prices. Just 26% say put tariffs on imports. So his strategy here could undercut what voters want him to do.
Sure, but this, threatening tariffs, particularly against Mexico and other Central American countries, was basically the central pillar of his diplomatic approach to migration when it came to this region. So yes, while those economic concerns are true, the president-elect he does gravitate towards immigration and migration as his primary issue. This is one of his basically go-to steps when it comes to his approach for these nations. The other thing that's not being talked about as much is sort of Mexico's response to this as well. You know, in order to do many of those ambitious plans that the president-elect has been talking about, sweeping border restrictions, mass deportations, you also need somebody to take in those people that you're reporting, that being the Mexican government. They've been basically a collaborator and one of the prime reasons that the Biden administration has been able to drive down border crossings recently. And today, the Mexican government also issued a response to the president-elect. That
Hey, just before you jump in,
Sure.
just to read that response from Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican president. She said, President Trump, neither threats nor tariffs will resolve the issue of migration or drug consumption in the United States. Cooperation and shared understanding are required to face these important challenges. Imposing one tariff would mean another comes in response, continuing like this until we put shared companies at risk. A pretty stark warning.
It is a stark warning, and I think that statement comes from a sentiment that I would hear often in Mexico as well while reporting there, and that's that there are officials in the Mexican government that also feel as if they have some leverage, you know, with this new administration. We often talk about this as, you know, the president-elect Trump, you know, issues threat to Mexico and has these
Think about this. In what life have you heard, or did you even imagine that Mexico would say something like this to the United States? Man, the past 4 years, the past 4 years, bro, we done messed up the last 4 years. For Mexico to be talking to the United States like that, man, we done messed up for the past 4 years, bro. Yeah, 47th. The 47th is coming. Don't worry, okay? You guys don't panic, okay? Relax. The 47th is coming. Like he always says, he's gonna make America great again. So everybody can relax, chill, relax, okay? Because this past 4 years, man, we done lost some respect.
immigration demands. Well, Mexico also knows that, you know, the U.S. needs Mexico in terms of many of these plans when it comes to the border. And that was one of the more sort of direct statements I've heard. But it was something that I think you often hear privately that's now made its way to the public when it comes
Manu,
to
can I say just a quick word on China?
Sure.
China is a little bit different than Mexico and Canada. Obviously, those two are the biggest trading partners, they're close allies. But with China, Trump really has used tariffs as a means. He talks about fentanyl quite a bit and kind of uses that as the punitive measure. But really, he's trying to force them into a position where he can get them to negotiate better trade deals. He says that they take advantage of the U.S. And so that's been his tactic all along. And it was very controversial under the first Trump administration. But the Biden administration, when they came in, they did a review and decided not to reverse a lot of those tariffs. And so actually, both parties have come quite a long way since the first Trump administration. When it comes to China in particular, it is much more controversial for countries like Mexico and Canada. But with China, there's a little bit more tolerance from both parties for actions like this, and I think you're going to see that even moving forward.
One thing, though, has been, you know, Trump has had a shifting ideology on a lot of issues over the years, shall we say, to put it mildly, on some issues in particular. Tariffs has been different. This is Trump from 24 years ago.
There are a lot of things I do if I were elected, but one thing I do definitely
Of course, they
is
go
stop
dig
other
old
countries
stuff.
from ripping off the United States. They are ripping us like we've never been ripped before. If you look at Japan, if you look at China, where we lose $100 billion a year with China, and they do nothing to help us with potentially our biggest problem of all, and that's going to be North Korea. So I would start right at that point.
And at the time, Trump was actually flirting with the presidential run, possibly alongside Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura on the Reform Party ticket. A lot has changed, but not Trump on tariffs.
Well, you have to think, too, he probably is a businessman and in getting merchandise from China, has some experience with it, clearly felt like he wasn't getting the deal that he deserved. And this is one of those areas where he does feel like he, you know, has a clear through line. I mean, that's very rarely do you see Trump 20 years ago kind of saying the exact same thing as he is saying today.
Exactly. And he said it obviously on the campaign trail. But I want to actually turn right now to CNN's Matt Egan, who has some new reporting on how the Trump administration may, we'll see, pick and choose which companies pay for tariffs. Experts worry it's a process that opens up the door to potentially corrupt decision making. So, Matt, what are you learning?
Well, Manu, there is a system in place for U.S. companies trying to avoid paying tariffs, especially on China. But businesses
And that is the most interesting thing about this guy. He hasn't changed his mind for decades. He's been saying the same thing about China for decades, about Mexico for decades, about tariffs for decades, about, you know, things that happen around the world where he believes the United States should not even be involved in. He's been saying the same thing for years. He's always been an advocate for peace.
And researchers tell CNN that that system is broken. So we're talking about tariff exclusions. And U.S. companies can apply for what amounts to a hall pass to avoid paying those tariffs on China if they can show that it would cause severe economic harm to them or that they can't get the products elsewhere. Now, during the first Trump administration, these exclusions were very hard to get. Between 2018 and 2020, only about 1 in 7 companies that applied with the U.S. Trade Representative were able to get these exclusions. And lawmakers and companies, they feared that the USTR was able to kind of pick winners and losers by deciding who got these exclusions and who didn't. And business owners feared that there was a lack of transparency with this process that opened it up to potentially allowing officials to play political favoritism. And there is some academic research that supports that. Some peer-reviewed research finds that firms whose executives backed Republicans, they were able to get exclusions 1 in 5 amount of times, so 1 in 5 chance. But compare that to firms whose executives backed Democrats, just a 1 in 10 chance. And to be clear, getting this tariff exclusion was a very big deal. Manu, for some firms, this was a do or die situation.
Is there a sense that this time around, Matt, that this process may be any different?
Yeah, Manu, that's one of the many things we don't know at this point. We don't know whether or not the Trump administration is even going to have an exclusion system this time around. I did reach out to the transition, and they said that Trump will protect American workers, but they did not answer any questions about whether or not there's going to be any reforms to the exclusion system or if there's going to be the ability to apply for exclusions in the first place. But the researchers, they did not allege any wrongdoing by companies or by U.S. officials, but they did say that this tariff exclusion system amounts to a very effective spoils system, allowing the administration of the day to reward its political friends and punish its enemies. And one business executive told me that the process is potentially corrupt because it allows winners and losers to emerge from a process that is not transparent. And again, there's a lot at stake here. Companies are already trying to navigate and game out how they're going to avoid these new tariffs. I spoke to a business owner from Los Angeles who, in 2018, applied for a tariff exclusion on imports of air fryers from China. And like many other people, that exclusion was denied. And he said his company was on the up and up, and this totally halted their growth, dead in their tracks. And this business owner, he rejected the argument from Trump that China is the one that pays these tariffs. He told me, and I'm going to abbreviate in case my kids are watching here, he said, bro, that is BS. I'm getting the bills. And look, Manu, those bills are going to go even higher if Trump follows through on his promise to increase tariffs on China, as well as impose tariffs on Mexico and Canada as well.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is clear, this is going to open.
Well, we're going to see. This is how everybody doubts Trump. This is how everybody talks about Trump. Trump has never gotten good press where it's like, oh, he's a man of his words. He had the best economy. Oh, he had the best border. Oh, it was peace. Oh, he should get the Nobel Prize for Abraham's Accord. No, nobody ever, says anything good about Trump. So I'm not even surprised about all of this stuff. This is what they should be saying because this is what they usually say about the 45th and now the 47th. This is just what it is. Now this is the time for him to prove to us, the people who voted for him and the rest of the world, and also the people who didn't vote for him, as long as you're an American, right? This is the time for him to prove that I told you I was going to do this and I've done it. I am a man of my word. That's all. None of this counts.
Concerns of a massive trade war between the U.S. and two of its largest trade.
Fire for anybody to do anything about it.
Concerns of a massive trade war between the U.S. and two of its largest trade partners after President-elect Donald Trump said on his first day in office he will, quote, charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. Trump went on to say the tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. Well, the fallout pretty much immediate. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum responding to those threats in a letter to Donald Trump, writing, quote, neither threats nor tariffs will solve the issue of migration or drug consumption. As for the markets, U.S. stock markets remain largely unfazed by that announcement from the president-elect. But we are hearing some real concern from the CEO of a trade group that represents dozens of major retailers, including Walmart, Nike, and DSW, saying, quote, such measures would place an unnecessary burden on American families when budgets are already stretched thin. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich has a look at how this could impact your bottom line.
A trade war is brewing.
We're going to tariff the hell out of them.
The casualty, the American consumer.
We're going to see higher prices.
On his first day in office, President-elect Trump says he's putting a 25% tariff on all imports from Mexico and Canada. China will get hit with an additional 10% tax on top of existing tariffs. The reason, Trump says, incentive for these countries to stop the flow of migrants and illegal drugs coming into the U.S.
I suspect we'll encounter some new headwinds that our industry will have to navigate.
Mexico, Canada, and China are the United States.
What I want to see is the faces of these people when they say, oh, the prices are going down. We don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just for a period of time because even if the prices are going to go down, which I predict it's going to go down, these people are still going to say, well, we don't know for now. Let's wait and see if the prices are going to keep going down. Just like how they said, Kamala, there's no way Kamala is going to lose the election. They were in the chat. Cooper, remember these people in the chat? Mr. Busky, remember the people in the chat? Curry B, remember the people in the chat? There's no way. Kamala is you better be ready to say, Madam President. You guys never give Trump the benefit of the doubt. Never. And this man always proves you wrong. Like, he always proves you wrong every time. Like man.
Key trading partners. The U.S. imports the majority of cars and car parts from Mexico, so the price of your car could go up. America's top import from Canada is oil. The tariffs could send gas prices up 25 to 75 cents in some regions. And the U.S. imports a lot of electronics from China, in addition to sneakers, toys, sports equipment, and furniture. For example, China makes a sneaker. A U.S. company buys it, pays the import tariff, and then makes a choice: eat the cost or pass it to you. Before the higher tariffs announced Monday night, Americans could expect to spend $2,600 more each year under Trump's original tariff proposal. Inflation is expected to rise by 1%. U.S. retailers like Steve Madden are already moving production out of China to beat the tariffs and keep prices low for U.S. consumers. Small businesses don't have that same option.
There isn't really an easy solution beyond passing that cost onto consumers. Small businesses are very much uniquely challenged. I don't have the option of calling up Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan to do a bond offering to build a factory.
And then there are retaliatory tariffs, which could also impact U.S. businesses who export to other countries. Mexico's president hinted at that very notion Tuesday. One tariff will be followed by another in response, and so on, until we put common businesses at risk.
There are supporters of President-elect Trump's.
And this is another thing I am so happy about, that these people are doing all of this now before he gets in as the president of the United States. Because right now, he is the president-elect. So all of these people are playing their cards right now, and Trump is just there looking and saying, Elon, Vivek. This man has Justice League. He has the Avengers, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek, Elon Musk, RFK, JD Vance. He has a great team, Tom Holman. He has a great team around him. There is no way he's going to lose this. Like, there's just no way. There is no way. America has all the leverage. This is just facts, okay? If nobody wants to say it, I'm gonna say it. America has the leverage, and that's it.
Tariff proposals, mainly in his inner circle. One such person is Elon Musk, who calls tariffs highly effective. Billionaire Bill Ackman says that tariffs are a good weapon to achieve political and economic outcomes, as well as negotiate foreign policy. And President-elect Trump's pick for the Treasury Department, Scott Bessent, has said he believes that tariffs can be very effective if they are targeted. He doesn't believe, though, blanket or excessive tariffs are good for the economy, Erica. We'll see if that message makes it back to President-elect Trump.
Indeed, we will, Vanessa. Appreciate it. Thank you. Also joining me this hour, Esteban Moctezuma Barragan, who is the Mexican ambassador.
Shout out to Wobbles GT. Wobbles GT says, I will come back a year from now and have you eat these words. This is what you said when I was streaming rallies, streaming town halls, streaming events that Trump was doing. And you guys told me you were going to come back here after the election and then I would eat my words and I would shut down my life. And what would you do when Trump loses the election? When you come back a year from now, I would probably be in my house that I bought in cash because the economy is great then, not now. Okay? So please come back in a year from now when all the moderators in the chat, when we live in large, because the economy will be too good, you're going to be enjoying your life too.
To the United States. Mr. Ambassador, we appreciate you taking the time to join us this afternoon. As Vanessa just laid out, President Sheinbaum had warned that this could really result in a tit-for-tat tariff war that could potentially undermine the economy. I know you have warned against even a 10% tariff back in February. Is Mexico prepared for potentially these tit-for-tat tariffs?
Thank you very much, Erica, for having me. And I think that we have to see our relationship as it is. It's a win-win relationship because we have been in the free trade agreement for 30 years. And what has happened is that both economies really grew up because we are exchanging each other and producing together. We are so intertwined in our economies that it's not just that we buy and sell, it's that we are producing together. Right now, we buy about 16% of everything the U.S. Sells. And if you take into account, let's say, Japan, Germany, Great Britain, South Korea together, they buy less from the U.S. than Mexico. So Mexico is part of the solution, not part of the problem.
So what then, too, given the relationship that currently exists, what happens in your view to the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, if Donald Trump moves to impose these tariffs?
Well, what we learned from his message was that he wanted us to act much more deeply and widely in several issues like migration, fentanyl trafficking, and security. And that was not a surprise for us because that was part of his campaign message. But what I think is going to be a very, very good news for all these negotiations is that Mexico is already doing a lot in terms of reducing the flow of migrants from the southern border of Mexico to the northern border, which is the border with the U.S. Let me just tell you that about half of the flow that enters Mexico in its southern border, it's dealt with different measures that Mexico has implemented. We have asylum. Last year, we just gave 140,000 asylum permits to people that asked for asylum in Mexico. And they wanted to come all the way up to the U.S., but when they stood some time in Mexico, they say, I want to stay here, and they ask us for asylum. Mm-hmm. Then we also have working permits, mainly in the south of Mexico. We have been contributing a lot with CBP-1, so the migrants that are waiting for this permission wait in the south of Mexico. So half of the flow doesn't reach the northern border. And this is a huge contribution of Mexico. If you ask me about,
What I was going to say is,
There's no way this man ain't kept.
you're laying that out, right? And we heard from President Jaime today, who said, look, dealing with migration and drug consumption, this is not the way to do it. What you're laying out there, though, sounds like, based on what we're hearing from the president-elect, that he doesn't see that as enough. So do you believe, then, that these tariffs are really just a negotiating point when it comes to migration, when it comes to the flow of drugs, or do you believe that they're a real threat?
Well, I don't want to judge that. We want to take very seriously every message that we receive from President Trump or the government of the U.S. But sitting in a table, sitting in a dialogue, and having a deep conversation about facts and how much Mexico is really making these challenges and facing these challenges with a very, very important commitment. That's what I think that the new government will see, that our effort, our coordination with the U.S. is very, very important. Just to give you an idea, we deployed about 35,000 National Guard agents in order to deal with migratory issues, while the Border Patrol has about 19,500. So we have made also a huge investment in dealing with this issue, and I believe that would be recognized in the negotiating table.
Ambassador Moctezuma, really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I told you, we want to continue this win-win relationship and not a lose-lose.
Joining me now to discuss, we have our panel today, all smart women, my favorite. Aaron Freed, I want to start with you. We just heard the Mexican ambassador. He was laying out a number of things that he feels Mexico is already doing when it comes to stemming the flow of immigration. Donald Trump does like to use tariffs to get other countries to the table. Is tying tariffs to border security going to be as effective, given we also heard from the president of Mexico saying, look, this is something that requires shared understanding and cooperation, not a tariff?
That's the hope Donald Trump is aiming for, is a shared understanding and cooperation on being able to secure the southern border. These were two of his top political promises during the campaign season, both securing the borders of the United States and implementing tariffs. He's bringing the two together, and we've seen with Mexico in May of 2019 where Trump threatened to impose tariffs unless they were coming to the table to talk about securing the southern border, and they did. And in June of 2019, he removed that threat of tariffs, and we saw the numbers begin to drop about people coming across the southern border. Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do. He said he would secure the southern border of the United States, and he said he would use tariffs as well. And all of a sudden, we're all so shocked that Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do.
I don't know if everybody's shocked, I will say, but there's certainly a lot of discussion about it.
There's certainly a lot of vapors and heartburn about it when we all knew that this was going to be a very real reality.
Karen, there you go. Karen is not shocked. But in terms of, and so when we look at tariffs, not shopping, right? Because it has happened in the past, right? The threat has happened in the past as a form of negotiation, as Aaron noted. In terms of tariffs, President Biden kept tariffs on China from Trump's first term, even added some of his own. Is it smart, Karen, to let this negotiation tactic play out at this point?
Well, it's dangerous. I mean, particularly at a time when, inflation has come down quite a bit, but there's still farther to go. And what I thought was interesting about the way the president-elect made this announcement is he tied it more towards the fentanyl crisis than the way he talked about it during the election, where he tied it to, he said, well, with tariffs, that's how we're going to bring jobs back and we're going to lower costs. And so he sort of shifted his message a little bit. And obviously, if you want to stem the flow of fentanyl, there's a lot of other things that would need to be done and a lot of cooperation that would need to be done with Mexico and other countries. And there's already an agreement against the precursor chemicals coming from China. So this feels like a setup. We've seen Trump do this before, where perhaps there'll be some small compromise that comes early next year and he'll just declare that's a win. It doesn't feel yet like this is the full-throated economic policy, but we'll see. And I'm going to hold him to his word that he wants to lower costs.
Catherine, when we look at the impact here, Vanessa laid out a little bit of what could happen. What's your take on the big picture? Which industries in the U.S. could be hit the hardest?
Basically, everything consumers buy is going to have some impact. So we import a lot of produce, for example, from Mexico. Huge amount of produce. That's part of the reason why we're able to get year-round raspberries and so many of those delicious avocados that Americans love to eat. We get a lot of our food from Mexico. In fact, for avocados specifically, 90% of them come from Mexico. Of the fresh tomatoes that Americans buy, 2/3 of them come from Mexico. So yes, as it pertains to Donald Trump's promise that he would lower grocery prices, this is somewhat at odds with that. Not only grocery prices, gasoline. So the entire petroleum industry is very integrated across North America. We both import and export crude and refined products to, particularly to Canada, also to Mexico. Remember, in fact, that Donald Trump often laments the end of the Keystone Pipeline, which would have imported more oil from Canada to the United States. If we raise tariffs on all Canadian goods, including crude oil, that's going to raise the price of gasoline, something like 25 to 75 cents per gallon across the Midwest, which relies heavily on gasoline, on oil products coming from Canada. So those are just a couple of examples, but a lot of the housing industry relies on Canadian lumber, Canadian cement. Certainly U.S. jobs are at risk here too, even before we get into the possible retaliation from these other countries, because, for example, the U.S. auto industry, again, is integrated across these three countries that we're talking about. Lots of auto parts and cars themselves go back and forth across borders with Mexico and with Canada. So all of those U.S. jobs are going to be at risk, in addition to the higher prices for consumers.
So we are supposed to trust the same people that said Joe Biden was ready to go again for round 2. And Kamala had a better understanding of the economy than Trump. We're supposed to believe these same people? I don't think so.
So yes, if he carries out this threat, it would be disastrous.
Well, if he wanted to get Trudeau's attention, he did. I mean, they had a long conversation, but it's going to be very difficult, as I read the Trump's tweet, for Trudeau or Mexico or China to convince the US president that they've done what he wants them to do.
Absolutely, and I think everyone's trying to parse negotiating strategies at this point. I mean, the Trudeau government's posture so far is to take this very seriously, even though, as you just pointed out, Richard, it would be incredibly disruptive for all those economies, not just Canada and Mexico, but obviously the United States as well, if a 25% tariff were to be put on all imports into the United States. But that's not the point, right? The point is, what is the negotiating tactic here? And as I said, Canada taking a completely different approach, and one that may remain controversial, is whether or not, despite the fact that there's a little bit, about 2 years left on this current trade deal between Mexico, Canada, and the United States, do you just say, bye-bye Mexico, Canada, the U.S., we're negotiating our own deal, and we'll see what kind of terms we can come to, and Canada and Mexico can negotiate their own afterwards. The one change here, Richard, which I really want to make clear from speaking both to business leaders in Canada, people in the government of Mr. Trudeau, but also to Trump aides after he won, that this is different. This is not bluster. Perhaps the 25% figure is, but no, they want to negotiate, and they are very serious about negotiating. And that might mean that targeted tariffs will remain in place. And the Trump administration wants to go forward with those.
Okay, Anna, let's ponder the Chinese thing. If you look at the top imports from China and the range of things that we are talking about, there's quite considerable tariffs. You've got all sorts of manufactured goods that come across, huge. Same with Mexico, same with Canada. Clearly, nobody wants there to be massive disruption with problems to economies.
Yeah, so let's tackle China. What's interesting here is actually 10% additional tariffs isn't actually as bad as President-elect Trump had threatened during the campaign. It was at one stage up to 60%. You also have to remember that there are already tariffs imposed on Chinese imports at the moment, actually dating back to the first administration. Some of them were even increased under President Biden. For instance, electric vehicles from China have a 100% tariff on them, so you can't really increase that. More interesting, Richard, of course, is Mexico, perhaps the biggest trading partner, the neighbor here. And of course, this will impact, as trade wars do, not just Mexico, but obviously the US consumer with cars and so on.
Paula, is anybody worried, constitutionally, essentially Donald Trump has already starting to run US foreign trade policy before he's taken office. In essence, that conversation he had with Trudeau last night was a negotiation when he's not even president.
And very openly here, Richard, there are ministers of the government here in Canada that in the last few hours have said, we've got 2 months to negotiate. It's been as if President-elect Trump is actually already president. They are beginning to negotiate the terms right now, and this is the way they're going forward with this. Perhaps this is because they've seen a Trump administration before. They feel more comfortable with going forward, and I'm saying that in terms of the cabinet picks here. I don't know exactly how this is going to turn out, but I do know that the Canadian government is ready to negotiate today, this afternoon, this evening, any time that the president-elect wants to. With the president-elect and anyone that will speak to them. You can start with the Canadian ambassador with the U.S. ambassador to Canada that's already been appointed, and you can go right to the next Treasury Secretary as well. They will take all comers in terms of conversations. I agree with you, Richard, completely unprecedented.
Go on. Anna?
Well, Mexico's president having a very different approach here, saying that, frankly, Mexico could retaliate. We could see tariffs from both sides. It will impact jobs. It will impact inflation for both countries. Not backing down, a very different, quite dangerous strategy, I would say. And what's so interesting, I think, about these tariffs particularly, being announced weeks before Trump becomes president, this is negotiations. Will these tariffs really be imposed in January?
Okay, no one wants to take the risk, but to both of you, start with you, Anna, then to you, Paula, pick up off the back. The reality is, how will we're talking between now and January. You're talking about migrants crossing the border and the flow of fentanyl and illegal substances across borders. How will you even know if it has been successful in such a short period of time, essentially 8 to 10 weeks from now? So, Anna, what is the barometer by which the achievement of success will be?
I think you'll have to ask the new administration that, Richard. I think what would be helpful, for the negotiations would at least to have an appreciation from China and Mexico that they will work on this area. But in terms of real proof and statistics as to whether they will reduce trafficking of drugs and immigration, well, that's a bit different.
Paula?
Money, commitments, things in writing. Donald Trump talks about executive orders on day one. They will want to see agreements, at least in principle, put into place with both Canada and Mexico on day one. And that includes actually putting more resources perhaps on the border, talking about innovative ways. Although I will say that some leaders in Canada have said, look, putting us together with Mexico is not fair. We are infinitesimal in terms of the issues with either migrants or fentanyl compared to Mexico.
Oh, that's right. Nothing like getting you all at each other's throats. We've got 4 years of this.
Fears of a new Trump trade war are being felt here in the United States and around the world. And it all stems from the president-elect's declaration that he will impose new tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China on day one of his administration. CNN's Tom Foreman has been taking a closer look. So, Tom, explain to our viewers what these tariffs are and why they would have such a significant impact.
Tariffs, in very simple terms, are taxes. That's what you have to know. These are fees attached to the value of imported goods. The United States is the largest importer in the world, taking in more than $3 trillion worth of imports each year. And these are the top suppliers out here. Trump wants to slap an immediate 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, and he also wants to push the tariffs, the existing tariffs on China, up by 10%. But he's also talked about an across-the-board massive tariff hike on all countries. He's argued this could pressure foreign countries to lower their prices, protect American firms, and pay for some of his proposed tax cuts. Alex?
So, Tom, take us through what kind of goods are being imported into the United States.
I'll put it in scientific terms, a lot. Electronics, computers, tablets, phones, cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, camping gear, clothes, toys, appliances, furniture. Let me put it this way. Wherever you are in this country, you're probably either touching or within arm's length of something that is imported or partially imported. That's just scratching the surface. Many items made in the U.S. rely on imported chemicals, plastics, and other raw materials or components, all of which would almost certainly be subject to Trump's most wide-ranging vision for these new tariffs or taxes. Alex?
So, bottom line, how much are these tariffs expected to impact the average American's wallet?
You know, we have to see exactly how they really play out. We don't know, but let's look at one possibility here. Let's say you're thinking about a nice big $1,000 television for the holidays or something like that, but get past when this would be enacted after Trump's in office. If you added the 60% that Trump is talking about here, that he's touted as one of his potential targets for tariffs on China, that's what he would reach, that TV could then cost $1,600 if all of it went there. Trump says he will somehow make China eat that cost, or maybe the American dealer you buy it from will swallow some of it. But experts say almost always consumers pay the price, and they estimate Trump's tariffs could cost, get ready for this, the typical American middle-class family an additional $2,600 per year if it plays out that way. Again, we have to find out the details, Alex, but this could be a whopper for people out there who are looking for prices to go down.
No small amount. Tom Foreman, thank you so much for breaking that all down.
Not backing down, Mexico and China warning Trump to think twice about his pledge on new tariffs. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, vowing to respond with tariffs of her own.
DNN is prepping people down now for them to say, well, we told you so, except there will be nothing to say, we told you so, because the prices are going to go down. Just watch. Just like how Trump had a conversation with the president of North Korea, and it was going back and forth. All of a sudden, he went to Korea and everything was peaceful. Just watch what's going to happen.
Chinese embassy saying, quote, no one will win a trade war. And Harry Enton is out front. So, Harry, what's so fascinating on this issue, some on the economics, they'll say, oh, well, everybody knows that tariffs are bad. So why do they not go up in arms about them? But you have found some surprising views as to how Americans view tariffs, even though they do know that they will increase prices.
Yeah, what we see right now is that the majority of Americans, in fact, favor new tariffs, favor as opposed to opposed. And this is such a difference from where we were 6 years ago when Trump was trying to impose new tariffs back then. Favoring was underwater by 9 points. More Americans opposed than favored new tariffs. We've seen a switcheroo over the last 6 years at this point.
And that's a dramatic shift,
yes.
Right? I mean, you're talking about, close to 15-point swing. So, when you look specifically to the extent that you can among people who do know that, everyone is told that tariffs will result in higher prices.
Yeah.
How do those people see tariffs?
This is like the amazing thing, right? There's the whole argument, oh, well, if people only knew the tariffs rate prices, they would be against tariffs. In fact, the majority of the American public in that same poll that showed that folks favored new tariffs actually argue and believe that they will increase prices. They will not drop them. Only 18% believe that they would lower prices, 23% say no effect. So the bottom line is the folks are tuned into what tariffs will actually do to prices. Even so, they believe that new tariffs are a good idea.
All right, and that's important, right? You can't say that people don't know. They know and they support it. So informed. All right, before we go, Harry, tell me something I don't know.
How am I supposed to tell you something that you don't know about tariffs? You know far more about tariffs than I do. But I went to Google, and this is so interesting. So I looked at how many people were searching on Google for tariffs. We have reached a 20-year high in November of 2024 compared to the 20-year average. Look at that rise, up nearly 1,200%. So the bottom line is you may think that tariffs are a bore if you're out there, but the American people think that tariffs are quite hot at this point.
Wow. I mean, that's hot. That's a huge increase.
That's
and
a huge
it's not just off a small base. It's a 20-year high.
Correct.
Wow. All right.
Portugal's central bank governor says the U.S. tariffs against Europe would only backfire. I was talking to Governor Mario Centeno at the CNN Portugal International Summit on Monday. Now, we were speaking before Donald Trump's announcements. The governor says the U.S. would be the first to feel any effects of tariffs.
Before impacting Europe, it will impact the U.S. And as an economist, I don't believe in the set of policies that have been put forward. So I think the U.S. will suffer. Maybe not immediately, but at some point they will suffer because those policies are not coherent for economic growth. Immigration policy, tariffs, the issue on tax cuts, more debt in the U.S., someone has to finance that. And I don't know how a more closed economy will be able to deliver. But now let me get to Europe. Europe must listen to that.
Do you guys notice that every one of these leaders are already replying Trump, and Trump hasn't said anything back? They're already crying and saying, you guys are going to be affected too, so you better calm down. You better calm down. You guys are going to be affected. Your people are going to be affected. Now, if you want to keep a win-win situation, the art of the deal in America. Shout out to the 47th.
And that must play out in Europe as a wake-up call. We are always very comfortable sitting in the passenger seat. That's why we are so worried about decoupling. But decoupling doesn't exist if we manage a different economy. If we steer monetary policy and fiscal policy in Europe with the numbers for the European economy in mind, there will be no decoupling. So I'm going to quote Elvis Presley on that. I did it last week at London School of Economics. If the US follows those policies, we can't go on together.
We are at an extremely difficult position when it comes to monetary policy. Rates have been cut, and if the expectations are, as we believe, there are many more cuts to come. But the difference now is between the ECB Gov Council and the FOMC, where they're likely to be a lot slower. Do you see a divergence now on monetary policy?
Well, the divergence will only occur if we take the same reality and deliver different decisions. And the truth is that the euro area and the US have not been playing out economically and financially equally. I tend to say that the euro area has been the greatest provider of stability in the world in the last 5 years. We are not used to that. That's a novelty. The euro area used to be always in the downside of the risks that we saw during the financial crisis, during the sovereign debt crisis. It was always an issue around the Eurozone, not this time. And that allows us to play a little bit more freely on our policies as well.
Well, hang on a second.
I mean,
really, all that's saying is that you haven't been more trouble, basically. In the previous crises, the Eurozone has added fuel to the fire. What you're saying is, in this crisis, you haven't.
Exactly.
Well, that's hardly an achievement.
It is a very good achievement, an outstanding one as well. And we sometimes don't notice it. Did you hear anything about fragmentation in the Eurozone in the last couple of years? You don't.
Were you surprised that as rates went up as fast as they did, that there wasn't a greater downturn in the economy?
The economy is not playing as strong as it would be if we did not have to hike 450 basis points in interest rates. That's our sacrifice ratio. I'm not saying that we are not in the side of the economy is not showing the impact of the financial repression that we have in Portugal, in Europe these days. We are really paying that in terms of growth, in terms of investment. Investment is very, very low in the Eurozone, very low. That's where we must focus our attention.
How long have you been a central bank governor and also working within Europe?
Well, if I had all that, more than 10 years.
How many of those 10 years have you been talking about banking union, capital markets union, fiscal consolidation, fiscal center?
Out of the 10, 15.
Exactly. So the problem with the Draghi report is it's told everybody what they already know, but there's no sense of crisis. There's no sense of the house is on fire for anybody to do anything about it.
Well, you are absolutely right, because even if the European economy is not growing, its labor market is very strong. These 11 million jobs were created on the back of almost zero growth of jobs.
Isn't this guy the guy doing the interview, the interviewer? Isn't he the guy that does the Animal Planet documentary and stuff? Because I remember his voice. The guy doing the interview. The interviewer, is that what you call him? The interviewer. Yep. His voice sounds like the person that does the Animal Planet stuff. These guys don't know what's coming to them. And you can tell the way they are granting talk shows, events, town halls, you can tell that they are shook. They're shook. They are definitely shook. They are definitely shook. They don't know what's coming, that's for sure. They think it's like the past 4 years that they've just been coasting. You ain't coasting no more. The 47th is here.
After 2 years of investigating thousands of pages of documents and hundreds of hours of interviews, Special Counsel Jack Smith is asking for dismissal of both cases in 21 pages. Smith was supposed to go to trial back in March in the D.C. election interference case. It wasn't meant to be once the Supreme Court got involved. Once Trump won the election, it was game over for Smith. We reported weeks ago, right after the election, Smith would drop the case and step down as special counsel before Trump was inaugurated because the DOJ cannot prosecute a sitting president. After careful consideration, the department has determined that OLC's prior opinions concerning the Constitution's prohibition on federal indictment and prosecution of a sitting president apply to this situation, and that as a result, the prosecution must be dismissed before the defendant is inaugurated. A similar situation in the classified documents case on appeal. After the judge dismissed the case, this is down in Florida, Smith asking the appeals court to dismiss that case, given that Trump won the election. Now, Smith does go on to note this outcome is not based on the merits or strength of the case against Trump, meaning he believes he had the evidence to convict Trump in a court of law, but he won't prosecute a sitting president. He will, however, continue with prosecuting the two other defendants in the documents case. Trump's team was quick to react, telling Fox News, in part, today's decision by DOJ ends the unconstitutional federal cases against President Trump and is a major victory for the rule of law and the American people. And President Trump wants an immediate end to this political weaponization of our justice system, and we look forward to uniting our country. We now await rulings from the circuit court judges and Judge Tanya Chutkan in D.C., who are expected to dismiss both cases.
Yeah, this was the right decision by the Department of Justice. As has been mentioned, we were expecting this, but this is because of DOJ's longstanding policy about not indicting/prosecuting a sitting president. And it looks like that Jack Smith's team did, in fact, seek the guidance of DOJ's Office of Legal Counsel, which is like the general counsel for the Department of Justice, in asking for these cases, the indictment to be dismissed. And
So what about all the money that was spent on investigating this guy, though? What about all the money that was spent on trying to get this guy? I hope that's not tax money, though. I hope they didn't use tax money. I hope they did not use American tax workers' money to investigate this guy and try to get this guy. I just hope not.
OLC concluded that the prohibition on the federal indictment of a sitting president is, quote, categorical. And so that's why we knew this was coming. The Department of Justice made the right decision here following longstanding policy, and also not just the policy, but it's also in the best interest of the country, given Donald Trump's resounding win just recently.
You know, Kerry, we knew that this was going to happen, so it's no surprise. But it is rather interesting to note that after all of this money that was spent, out of all of this time that was spent, all of the prosecutors and the attorneys that Smith had working for his office on these two cases, that it just gets summarily dropped because of two things: the Supreme Court decision about immunity and the fact that a majority of Americans, more than 76 million, said they like Donald Trump. They don't care what he's accused of doing. They wanted him to be president.
But your question gets to the wisdom of even bringing this case in the first place. You have the January 6th cases, you have the classified documents cases. I've said this many times on air. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. And there are all kinds of things that a prosecutor weighs. There are all kinds of things that an attorney general weighs. It's a lot more gray than people realize. Yes, you balance the law, but you also balance what is fair, and you also balance what is good for the health of a nation. When you are coming at a former sitting president and the possible future president, you have to be so incredibly careful, and you better hope, and your case, I should say, better be rock solid. I mean, there's no chance of it getting overturned. There's no novel legal theories, none of that. And in the January 6th cases, that just wasn't true. They were bringing untested legal theories. In other words, they were bringing the law against Donald Trump in a way that it had not been applied before. The Supreme Court addressed actually an aspect of the law that they were attempting to bring against both Donald Trump and all the January 6th defendants. And the Supreme Court said, hey, look, this law that you're using against Trump and these defendants, it's not a blank check that you can kind of insert and write into what you want it to be. And that happened in June. Then you had the Supreme Court immunity decision. And so, again, while, yes, to your point, $50+ million was spent, the reality is it didn't have to happen in the first place. And that's, going to be something debated, I think, by historians for a long time.
Kerry, thank you. Please do stay with us. Jonathan Turley going to jump into the conversation now. The breaking news that Special Counsel Jack Smith has asked the judge to dismiss this Trump DC case. Jonathan, also adding to this from our own Jake Gibson, that the Special Counsel Jack Smith's team also sought the guidance of the DOJ's Office of Legal Counsel, the OLC, concluded that the prohibition on the federal indictment of a sitting president is categorical. Jonathan, your reaction to the news?
Well, this is what we expected. I wrote over a year ago that there was a good chance Jack Smith would never see the inside of a courtroom for a trial in this case. It made this election the largest effective jury verdict in history by re-electing Donald Trump. The special counsel found himself at odds with his own department's longstanding policy against the prosecution of a sitting president. But Smith did not go quietly into that night. I expect that he did get a lot of different opinions, hoping for the right one. But the OLC, this office that handles such questions, has long taken this position. So it would be doubtful that they would change it here. But, Smith had a sort of a gratuitous end to his term. He pushed not only for a trial before the election, and he pushed for months for that, but he also released damaging information before the election, something that many people saw as an effort to influence the election. Smith knew that if Trump won, he was out of a job. And this release of the information was entirely unnecessary. The judge admitted that it was procedurally irregular, but she went along with it. And I think that did tarnish his position, and certainly in history, because he didn't have to do that. He had become so absolutely fixated on trying Trump before the election that he lost credibility, I think, with the courts. He went up to the Supreme Court. They didn't accept that was the overriding consideration in looking at these legal issues. I think it's also very important to remember that Smith's case was riddled with constitutional problems. When the Supreme Court reached its immunity decision, it was clear that he would have to pare down his indictment. He really didn't do it to the degree he needed to do. He took a very minimalist approach. He removed a few references, a few witnesses that stemmed from the first Trump presidency. But he largely just repackaged it And some of us said that we thought that it was not enough, that if he ever did go to trial, he could be reversed just on that basis.
So I guess if Carrie is correct and you agree with her, and tell me if you do not, it kind of leaves Juan Merchan out there. Brett, what do you think of the rest of the legal pushes against the president-elect?
Well, I'll tell you, Trace, what is really needed. I understand the president's call for unity now, but I also think the country needs accountability. There needs to be a special counsel appointed to investigate the level of communication and the level of coordination among all the offices from Fulton County, Georgia, to New York, to Washington, D.C., to Florida. That needs to be exposed. If there's nothing there, great. The American people can move on. But until we see that, until we see why it was they brought and manipulated multiple criminal cases and a civil case against the political adversary of the current president who was running for office again, until we understand that, we will never feel like anybody has been held accountable, or nor do we have the information and the knowledge of what sort of conspiracy may have been played by the Democrats in this instance.
When you talk about accountability, Brett, are you intimating at least a little bit that maybe Pam Bondi brings that accountability? Maybe that's part of the reason that she was placed in the position that she's on the verge of being placed in?
Well, Trace, Pam is quintessential professional. She is hardworking. She's built her career on applying the law. I think she will do that. But she is someone that is fierce, and that she is someone that wants accountability for individuals who have been able to abuse the rule of law. And I hope that that's in her plans. I think that she has the strength and the confidence to put good people in positions that will be fair. And look, I have been saying, since I was U.S. attorney, I've been saying that our criminal code has exploded to such a degree in the federal system, over 300,000 criminal penalties and regulations with criminal penalties in this country. I can find a crime to apply to almost anybody I wanted to investigate. So you have to have people that are not willing to abuse that power that has been given to them. And I think Pam will set this country off in the right direction.
And lastly, Brett, what do you think of Jack Smith saying that he stood fully behind these allegations? Is it one of those things where, look, I'm going to put this out there, I'm going to drop these cases, but I'm going to put this out there anyway? Or do you truly believe that he believes that?
Well, it's the last dying whimperings of someone who tried desperately to manipulate the law, abused his position, a position that we later learned was an unlawful position, and did so in a way that offended individuals on the left and the right with the way he used the law, applied the facts, and went after President Trump. I mean, it is unprecedented in our history, and I'm super excited that we're going to finally expose all that went on during the last several years.
Well, this is a historic moment, certainly, in the sense that it clears the.
This is just on another level. Just think about all these years this man has been going through this trial, and all of a sudden is fully dropped. It's like, why did you waste all that money?
Decks for President Trump on the federal cases. There are still state threats out of New York. We're waiting for a possible sentencing in that case. We also have the Georgia case, which is floundering, but still alive. But in this case, Smith was like a captain who would soon be without a ship or crew, and he had to dismiss this case. It wasn't by choice. In many respects, Smith, up until the very end, was fulfilling the stereotype of his critics. He pushed to release information before the election that he did not have to put on the public record. Even the court said it was procedurally irregular, but she still went with it and released the information. It was viewed as nothing short of election interference. He was trying to influence the election. What Smith knew is that this election would have the effect of the largest jury verdict in history, that if the president was elected, he was out of a job. And that turned out to be true.
So in the filing, Special Counsel Jack Smith's, it says the Constitution prohibition on federal indictment and prosecution of a sitting president apply to this situation. That prohibition is categorical and does not turn on the gravity of the crimes charged, the strength of the government's proof, or the merits of the prosecution, which the government stands fully behind. The government moves for dismissal without prejudice. A lot of people look at this in Trump world with prejudice and say this should never have come. And they want to see something happen as a result of this. What do you think could happen?
Well, I think that Trump wants to see something happen. People have to keep in their mind about what happened after the 2016 election. As the president went into office, the acting attorney general issued an order telling the department to stand down and not assist him in his immigration policies that he ran on. In my view, it was an outrageous order, but Sally Yates was lionized by the media for taking that stand. In Trump's perspective, Department of Justice has been command center of this lawfare campaign against him. So he wants to see it reformed. But this is a bit of a hardened silo. It is a department filled with lawyers who know how to use the law. And it will be the most difficult department to make significant changes within. I think that's why he picked someone from without, an outsider in the new nominee.
And just quickly, you mentioned the New York cases and obviously the sentencing, which we don't know if it's going to go away or how it'll be treated, but also the appeal, the appellate court decision on that fraud, business fraud case that brought by the Attorney General, Letitia James. The appellate court listening to that case, it seemed, was clearly siding with the Trump folks. And you think about all that happened prior to the election. If they come back and throw it all out or somehow diminish it significantly, you wonder about that too.
You do. I mean, at the moment, he looks like he will be the last man standing. That New York civil case by James is grotesque. And even these Democratic judges question the very use of the statute against him. So we're all waiting for that opinion, but it could also be reduced or even dismissed. And so at the moment, he's running the tables, but we'll see what he has left in these last few hands.
Well, Laura, the irony of Jack Smith is, he brought this case to try and make sure my father never got elected. And I actually think it was Jack Smith who might go down as one of the very reasons my father got elected, right? It's kind of the law of unintended consequences. But I think the only thing I disagree with you on, this case is dead. The case got dismissed. The case will not get revived. By the time my father's out of office, the statute of limitations will be long gone. You can't have double jeopardy. Laura, this case is dead. It's not coming back. And that man on the screen right there will go down as a national embarrassment. He will go down as a figure who literally tried to subvert democracy, who tried to put a president in jail for no reason to benefit his political class. He's an embarrassment to the DOJ. He's an embarrassment to the FBI. He's an embarrassment to law enforcement. He's an embarrassment to this nation. And I promise you, history will not reflect kindly on this guy.
Now, I'm telling you, Eric, the same people
It's a
who thought
national
they could turn the
embarrassment.
14th Amendment into a piece of silly putty and kind of just twist it and change it to mean something else, they will try to pause the statute of limitations. I'm telling you, I don't put anything past them. Yeah, in a normal person's mind, that's what would happen. But these people are sick. I actually believe they're sick and twisted. Eric, I want to talk about your father's posting on Truth Social because we've seen an epic run in the stock market since his election again to the presidency. I'm a big
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. God bless you. Kiwi Brew. Shout out to Kiwi Brew for the super chat. God bless you, Brody. God bless you. It says, oh, Chad, you got me all cracked. Man, enjoy your nap. Bro, look, I don't know what you said, but thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Kiwi Brew one more time. Thank you to everybody who tuned in to the live show. We're still going right now. We're still going. Let me know if you want us to keep going or you want us to wrap it up after this one. Let me know if you want us to keep going or you want us to wrap it up after this one. Shout out to Kiwi Brew one more time. Thank you for the super chat. Also, super chat are allowed, okay? We just got monetized, so shout out to YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. I'm going to say it one more time. Thank you, YouTube. But most importantly, thank the Almighty God. Okay, thank the Almighty God. And to my people in the chat who always come here every single time, you know yourselves. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless you. All right, let's listen to what Eric Trump is trying to say. That's his son fighting for his dad, supporting his dad. And one thing about Trump's kid is as far as I know, all his kids are doing great. Even his grandkids are doing wonderful. This is how you know a great father, because it's not just about money when it comes to training a child. It's about your time and how much of you can put in that child, how much goodness you can put in that child. It's not about money when you're training kids, people. Money is important, but time is key.
Tariff person, everybody knows that. I've been very pro-tariff my entire career. But this series of caravans, and apparently there will be another one building, we understand tonight, coming to the United States. Mexico knows they're coming and is not doing anything to stop it. Tariffs the answer?
Absolutely. Laura, I've talked about fentanyl every single day of the campaign trail. It's something that affects me great. I have 4 friends who have lost children based on fentanyl. I took my son and my daughter to the football game yesterday, a Dolphins game, and they were sitting on my lap, and the guy next to me turns around, looking at my son, and said, a couple months ago, I lost my son. They killed him. They killed him with fentanyl. I lost my little boy. Cherish every single moment that you have. And he's literally looking at my son, sitting on my lap at his first NFL football game. And it broke my heart. When my father sent out that tweet, you want to allow drugs to come through our southern border? We're going to tariff you. You want to allow them to come through Canada? We're going to tariff you. China, if you're going to allow this stuff to get sold in our country, largely produced in China, we're going to add another 10% to your share. We are going to cost your countries, your economies. We're going to cost your businesses billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. If you think you're going to poison Americans, it's not going to happen. You're not going to destroy our youth. You're not going to destroy our society. You're not going to destroy our families. You're not going to do it. It's going to cost you. I'm going to put an end to it. Laura, when my father sent that 20 minutes ago, I literally cheered out loud. There's nothing more twisted and perverse than what the cartels have done.
Man, this guy, Eric, has conviction. He is articulate, bold, strong, brave, because his father always says he is the most subpoenaed person in the world. Okay, guys, let's get the likes up. All you need to do to like the live show is double tap your screen. Double tap your screen. Double tap your screen twice. And that is how you love or you like the live show. Double tap. Let me show you again. Let me show you again, because some people don't know how to like the live stream. Because it's like, where's your like button, Genesis? I cannot find it. Look at it. Double tap your screen twice, and that's how you like the live show. Okay? Let's get the likes up, people. Let's get the likes up. Okay? Double tap your screen twice. Hope, hope. And we're going to get all these likes. If we can get 20% of the people watching right now to like the live show, we're Gucci.
Done what China has done. And you know what? Biden and Harris have literally been absent. They don't even talk about it. They haven't even talked about the fentanyl crisis that is killing so many people. Laura, it's 320,000 people. 320,000 kids died in the last year based on...
Yeah, but this was their strategy to flood the country.
You have police departments...
with new people. I mean,
Laura, you have police departments in this country that are... You have police departments in this country that are running out of Narcan. That's how bad the problem is, right? They can't keep it in stock. People are dying by the thousands. And this is exactly why the American people voted for Donald Trump. They want a guy who will take this kind of action. They want a guy who will literally be very transparent. Before he's even in office, he's calling these countries out. I'm telling you, he's going to stop the problem. And this is exactly how you use tariffs. This is exactly how you use it.
I have a feeling Mexico will find a way to stop those migrant caravans coming across the border. Eric, really quickly, the report by John Solomon today about Boris Epstein, an advisor to your father, a longtime advisor, internal investigation by the Trump transition when they heard allegations from Scott Bessent and others that Boris Epstein was allegedly, we have not confirmed this, was trying to shake down people for access, for contracts, for money. Any comments on this tonight?
Yeah. Listen, I've known Boris for years, and I've never known him to be anything but a good human being. So, that said, I will tell you, my father has been incredibly clear. You do not do that under any circumstance, and believe me, there will be repercussions if somebody was. So, I've never seen that side of him. I've known him for a very long time, and I certainly hope the reporting's false, and I can also tell you if it's true, the person will probably no longer be around.
Congresswoman, what is Adam Schiff like? I know he's a senator now, or he's going to be a senator. What is he like when you see him in the halls?
You know, Jesse, I'm sure you remember this, but I actually was the member of Congress that censured Adam Schiff. And the first time when it wasn't successful, Adam walked out. He had all these reporters around him, and he said, I've survived these MAGA extremists. And I rolled by on my very busted foot on a scooter, very pregnant, said, Adam, I'm going to get you next week. And the following week, I censured him. So he's not a man with a strong backbone. In fact, he looks at the ground whenever I walk past him.
Oh, he looks at the ground when you walk by. That explains everything about Adam Schiff. All right. So you got this cabinet. It's exciting. You're a Florida girl. This is all going down in Palm Beach. Why is this transition that Trump's orchestrating so different than the first time?
You know, I think right now there's so many more people, especially converts, that realize that the Democrat ideology and party simply wasn't working out, not just for them, but for the American people. And so you are right. He's created somewhat of a coalition government, but of people that have great ideas that people are excited to vote for, that we're seen as political outsiders. And, we always joke here in Florida, but that Mar-a-Lago is the Southern White House. And so there's a lot of people looking forward to Christmas parties there. But more importantly, I think it's important to note that President Trump is bringing in a lot of people, not necessarily relying on the help of the federal government, because it is so broken, to head up his transition. So he's operating out of Florida. But as you're seeing, we are making Washington, D.C. and America, Florida. So I look forward to everything.
How do you interpret the media not really understanding how they're supposed to cover this White House and cabinet? I mean, it's incredibly ideologically diverse. It's racially diverse. There's tons of women in very high-powered positions. They can't seem to wrap their heads around it.
It's everything that they claimed Trump was. He's shown that they were liars, but also too, it's showing the American people that you can have someone that genuinely cares about this country, that could have literally stayed at home and played golf for the rest of their life, chose to do the right thing, which is fight for this country, and really bring everyone on board. And I think the media is really struggling with the fact that right now you have these different social media platforms where President Trump has been able to leverage and get the truth out there. So they're having.
Trump has proven these people wrong every single time, at every single turn, every single time. Shout out to James Norman. Shout out to James Norman one more time. James Norman, God bless you for the super chat. God bless you, James Norman. James is watching on the horizontal view because we're streaming on two places right now. Well, it's the same YouTube, but we're streaming vertical and we're streaming horizontal. So James Norman is on the horizontal right now. Shout out to James Norman one more time. Thank you for the super chat. God bless you, bro. Let me see. Yeah, man. Shout out to James Norman one more time. James Norman. Your name is actually like a celebrity name. James Norman. You sure you're not some sort of celebrity watching right now? James Norman. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You say keep going. I heard you, and we're going to keep going. Shout out to the moderators in the chat, Mr. Booski, Cooper, Corey, everybody watching right now. God bless you. Wealth. Shout out to Wealth. Wealth was here yesterday. Shout out to Wealth. Shout out to everybody watching, man. Jeremy Reynolds and Carla Brown. David Moore. Another blessing from David Moore. Another blessing from David Moore. See how God works? This is how God works. When you say thank you, He blesses you again. That's why you need to be thankful. You must be thankful. Shout out to David Moore. David Moore, people. Everybody. Shout out to David Moore. Shout out to David Moore. God bless you, David Moore. Shout out to David Moore. Shout out to David. Say it one more time. Shout out to David Moore. God bless you, Brody. God bless you. All right, let's keep going.
And welcome to Hannity, and happy early Thanksgiving to everyone.
Oh, I paused it. I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry. I was trying to reply Dana. I was trying to reply Dana. I was in a rush. So I paused it. I'm sorry, guys. Dana caused it.
So much to be grateful for to all of you across the country. Maybe even Alec Baldwin, who is once again in a very dark place, along with Sharon Stone. Now, even though his manslaughter case was dismissed, he's still deeply ungrateful and is now trashing the American people, calling you uninformed. We'll tell you what his comments are. We'll tell you what Sharon Stone's comments are. But first, after 4 long, miserable years under Biden and Harris, American optimism is now back in a big way. Look at this. According to a new CBS poll, most Americans now believe our best days are ahead of us. And frankly, they are. Nearly 60% approve of Donald Trump and his presidential transition. This after an election where voters of nearly every age, race, they made the shift to Donald Trump. Voters want Trump to fix what the Democrats have broken. And tonight, big progress already underway. After Donald Trump threatened to impose heavy tariffs on both Mexico and Canada over illegal immigration, well, Mexico's president just announced that migrant caravans will no longer be permitted to reach the U.S. border. Wow. While also trying to save face by promising to retaliate with a trade war. My advice, unsolicited, to the president of Mexico, be careful what you wish for, because you're going to lose badly. Meanwhile, Canada's far-left prime minister, we like to refer to him as little Justin Trudeau. He appears to be in a state of panic and is now promising to do whatever it takes to maintain a good relationship with the U.S. Take a look.
I had a good call with Donald Trump last night again. We obviously talked about laying out the facts, talking about how the intense and effective connections between our two countries flow back and forth. We talked about some of the challenges that we can work on together. It was a good call. This is something that we can do, laying out the facts, moving forward in constructive ways. This is a relationship that we know takes a certain amount of working on, and that's what we'll do.
Well, we have a new sheriff in town. That means it is time for our allies, our friends, to act like allies and friends. Securing our border is infinitely more difficult when Canada and Mexico refuse to secure their own borders and uphold their own immigration laws. Now, the same goes for our own cities, our own states. Last night, right here on this program, Donald Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, laid out a very clear warning to any mayor or governor who will obstruct federal deportation and, well, not abide by federal law. Take a look.
Me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. Because there's a statute, it's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III, and what it says is, it's a felony if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. It's also a felony to impede a federal law enforcement officer. So if we don't want to help, that's fine. He can get the hell out of the way. But we're going to go do the job. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives.
Yo,
the
Tom
madness,
Homan,
the suffering
bro.
will soon be over.
Tom
So this year,
Homan,
Americans,
guys.
as we head into Thanksgiving,
There we go.
well, you can be grateful and
There we
thankful
go.
that our country's illegal immigration crisis, that allows terrorists and murderers and rapists and cartels and gang members, all caused by Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, is about to come to an end. I'm grateful for one. And as for the flow of deadly fentanyl into the country, Donald Trump is vowing to cut it off right at the source. That means China. The president-elect now threatening to levy even more tariffs against China if the communist regime does not stop producing and shipping the fentanyl to Mexico and other places into North America. At the same time, Donald Trump is also promising to tackle rising prices right here at home. As all of you know, the primary driver of inflation has been government spending. Biden's lavish expenditures over the past 4 years, it has destroyed household wealth, making almost everything unaffordable. You pay more for everything you buy in every store you go to. For example, the total cost of a Thanksgiving dinner is now up nearly 20% over 2019. From housing to food to transportation, the cost of everything has got to come down. Thankfully, Donald Trump is planning to make America more affordable again through several key measures. That includes cost-cutting efforts recommended by the new Department of Government Accountability. Also, Americans will have more money in their pockets. No tax on tips. Brilliant idea. No tax on overtime. Another great idea. That helps hard-working Americans. In other words, the people that make our country great, the really great people in our country that work hard, play by the rules, pay their taxes, obey the laws, raise their kids, and are struggling, they're going to save more of their hard-earned money. Also, watch the price at the pump sink as Donald Trump will ramp up energy production in short order. Donald Trump is planning to reduce regulations across the board, but especially when it comes to energy. Now, I know you have the far-left climate cult. Well, they will no longer have a seat at the table. Bye-bye. Truth is making a comeback. Common sense is making a comeback. Government tithing will not make their planet healthier. Windmills don't reduce pollution. Paper straws, I hate them. They do nothing to save planet Earth. Nuclear energy, it is clean, it is effective. Natural gas, it is clean, it is abundant. There is nothing wrong with your gas stove, and you should be able to buy the car of your choice, eat the food that you like, have the refrigerator, air conditioner, washer, and dryers that you want, and live your life without compromise. That's called freedom. The way forward is through free will, individualism, not government regulation, mandates, higher taxes, and government control. That's why the president-elect is also now planning to end several of Biden's multi-billion-dollar vote-buying schemes on day one. That includes his unconstitutional student debt relief program. Now, of course, all these common-sense measures, they will be met with breathless hysteria by so many. The legacy media mob, by Democrats on the left. You know, one New York state senator now considering a radical plan calling for her state, along with Connecticut and Vermont and other states, to secede from the U.S. and join Canada. I'd like to stay the United States of America, but if they feel that strongly about it, I won't get in their way. Now, sadly, Trump derangement syndrome is still very real, and there is no doubt that America faces big challenges in the coming years, but we have been through worse. We've been through a civil war. We've been through 2 world wars, the rise of Nazism, fascism, communism, not the way liberals talk about it. The U.S. won a decades-long Cold War, and we never had to fire a shot. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. The American people have created almost every major advancement in the modern world because of something called capitalism, the greatest wealth-producing system ever designed by man. We can fix inflation. We can bring back law and order and safety and security. We can fix the border, and our morally corrupt federal bureaucracy can be dismantled. All Americans can dream big again, thanks to all of you. You all showed up. You all voted. This Thanksgiving, I'm grateful for all of you. We now have a fighting chance to rescue this great country, secure.
Man, shout out to Hannity, man. Shout out to Hannity. This is one man that I respect 24/7. I respect this guy because I like his thought process. I like the way he thinks. I definitely understand where he's coming from. He's just a common sense person, okay? When you have common sense, this is what you say. It's just what it is. It's straight up what it is. Shout out to Hannity one more time, man. Straight up. What is going on here?
All right, joining me now is Aldo Buttazzoni, a PragerU personality, and Ned Ryan, founder and CEO of American Majority. Ned, let's start with you. There's so much to be grateful for. I could have gone on for an hour just on that topic of gratitude, given what our country was facing under Kamala Harris. But what are you most thankful for this political year?
I'm grateful for Donald Trump's political courage.
A better earpiece.
Yeah, thankful for a better earpiece, but I'm grateful for Donald Trump's political courage. Think about these last 3 years. A normal human being would have collapsed under the lawfare, under the multiple assassination attempts, under the constant hoaxes and collusions, nonstop attacks from the corporate propagandists. This man, the courage that he has shown, has given us a singular moment in American history to turn this ship around. You can see that optimism in the polls that you were talking about earlier, where 60% approve of his transition, because they realize that they now have a president-elect who actually wants to prioritize the American people in all things. No more bad trade deals. No more selling us out on immigration and destroying our country through systematic illegal immigration. Not foisting on us bad economic policies that have been crushing most of the average Americans. And he's giving people hope. And that is a powerful thing in life, Laura, where people now have optimism. They have the ability to dream that better days might be ahead. And I think this message has resonated with the American people because they realize the message for me, for Trump, has always been decline is a choice. We choose not to decline. We choose to be great because we believe that we can climb to greater heights of freedom and prosperity. And those days are coming.
All right, Aldo, we're thankful that Democrats won't win another election anytime soon because this seems to be what they're really focused on still. Watch.
The founding fathers, for a reason, said we don't want a king. We don't want a dictator. But what Donald Trump wants to do, just check it out, it's facts. He wants to emulate Vladimir Putin. If you go against them, some of them in Russia, they fall out of the window. So that is what we're dealing with here.
So we're thankful for Trump and Musk and the voters and the young people. I'm not sure what he's doing there, Aldo.
Well, I love to see this. The Democrats, they have no idea why they have lost. And I think a big reflection of the young support of Trump comes in where we're getting our information. I saw a recent Pew Research poll that showed that 86% of young Americans aged 18 to 29 prefer to get their information from social media. So I think what we're seeing is a departure from the mainstream media, which is essentially run as the marketing wing for the Democratic Party for as long as we could remember. And we're shifting to independent sources of information. What do we see as young voters when we look at that? We see him working with people that were on the left or moderates, like RFK, who want to radically change the healthcare system and the food supply system in this country. We see him appointing people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk to the new government agency tasked at cutting government waste, which we know is rampant in this country. Meanwhile, like you said, we just saw the Democrats go into debt, spending tens of millions of dollars on celebrity endorsements from people who haven't been relevant in 20 years. And so I think when the younger generation looks at what party truly wants to turn the page on the last 4 years, which party really wants to be unburdened by what has been, the choice is clearly the Republican Party. And I'm really glad to see that my peers... Oh, that's so mean on
Thanksgiving. Aldo, I can't believe you're going back to that unfortunate phrase. I mean, this is Thanksgiving. We're supposed to be positive and uplifting. But I have to say, Ned, there were a lot of conservatives over the last 2 years that would come on this show and be pretty negative. And they were pretty pessimistic about the future. But there was one person that knew he was going to win. And I think he pretty much knew if he was given a fair hearing in any platform, Trump knew he could win on the issues. And he was consistent on that. But a lot of people came on this program were like, oh, I don't think this can happen. I was like, the economy and the border, the two main issues. Plus, Trump is fun. He's a fun factor in politics. And my gosh, we need to have more fun in this country. It's too much negativity all the time.
Correct, and he also put in the work. Not only did he have the optimism that once the American people understood that he does have the solutions, he proved it before, he's going to prove it again, but they put in the work, Laura. His campaign was serious about winning, about doing all the right things, doing the absentee ballot chase, doing all the fundamentals to actually get him across the finish line.
Trump has changed the political landscape in the United States. The next person who's going to run for the Republican Party is just going to mirror whatever Trump did. I just hope the person can actually mirror what Trump did, because Trump is just another level. This man changed. Trump has changed the game. That's it. Trump has just changed the game. There's no going back. The way voters vote, the way voters think, the way voters listen to their politicians have changed. It's changed. Trump has changed everything. This is just amazing. I don't think there's ever been anything like this before, like ever.
Line first, so it was hope and optimism, also with great discipline, and it was a tremendous combination.
And I think a lot of the people on the left for a long time, Aldo, they poo-poo patriotism. Oh, that's cheap patriotism. That's cheap flag waving. That's reflexive, meaningless patriotism. But Newsweek did a piece that just came out about how Trump is making patriotism cool again. And Ned and I know this because the 80s I'm going back to fun because I think we don't do enough pursuit of happiness, frankly, in our country when politics is concerned. But he's making patriotism cool again. That was the 1980s, and that formed an entire generation's outlook on life and politics. And I think we need more of that in the country as well. Aldo.
Well, I'll just tell you a quick personal story. I was 16 years old when Donald Trump first started his campaign in 2016. I was in high school at the time, and I remember being in class, my AP US history class. The teacher used to give us assignments just for the white males to talk about our privilege. And so I remember that energy back then of him lambasting the men in the country and masculinity. And I used to skip his class to go to Donald Trump rallies in Michigan. And so I think that same kind of energy is back where young, disaffected men who have been told that their masculinity is bad, that they're toxic, that they're evil people just for existing. They finally see a president who not only is embracing them, but is telling them, hey, you can use your God-given talents, you can use what God has given you to make this country better, to improve our community, and to make America great. That's something that every American on both sides should be able to get around to. It's unfortunate that it took Donald Trump, but I'm so happy that he's back in office, and I'm really glad to see that my fellow Gen Zers agree with me.
Ned, really quick, don't you feel that people seem more optimistic? I know I'm self-selecting here, but I feel it when I'm shopping and I'm going out in grocery store.
Just listen to that 24-year-old guy getting inspired by the 45th. He was 16 years old when Trump was the president in 2016. This is why I've always said that Trump is an inspiration. He has been an inspiration to me. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but this is my opinion, okay? And I know a lot of people here would say the same thing. Trump has been inspiring. Just his story. From being beat down, knocked down, lost in 2020, came back, he got sued, trials. So many situations. Man, this man is an inspiration. That's all I can say.
People just seem happier.
They do. They realize that Trump's got the solutions for driving down energy costs, driving down food costs, actually bringing stability, and dare I say, Laura, normalcy once again to this country.
Peace. Well,
That's
peace.
right.
I think peace. We need peacemakers in our society again. Aldo and Ned, both of you have a wonderful Thanksgiving with your family and friends.
I definitely know the next 4 years is about to be legendary. The next 4 years is about to be legendary, guys. And, be expecting something great. That's another thing, because most of us don't expect from the universe. Be expecting from the universe. Be open for blessings. Be open for greatness, because one thing is for sure, when you have a great person like Trump being the commander-in-chief, he is the leader. The doors are going to open up for the United States. This is just something that I believe in. The doors are going to open up for the United States. The doors are going to open up for the people of the United States. So you better be ready. Open up your doors and get some blessings, okay? Get some blessings, because this next 4 years is about to be blessings on blessings. Because we've been working hard for the past 4 years, doing 2-3 jobs just to pay bills. All of a sudden, God has blessed us with this guy. Man, I'm just happy, bro.
Waving goodbye to DEI. Walmart plans to roll back its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives following backlash. The company saying in a statement to Fox Business, "We know we aren't perfect, but every decision comes from a place of wanting to foster a sense of belonging, to open doors to opportunities for all our."
Yo, guys. Romeo. Wait. Oh, thank you, Romeo. Thank you for tuning in, bro. Romeo 86 underscore TV. How do you feel, bro? Are you ready for President Donald J. Legendary, the Don Trump? Are you ready? The 45th and the 47th. Romeo was telling me I would be crying after the election. You gonna cry, bro. You gonna know, bro. I am on the winning team. It just looks like on paper, we don't look like we are the winning team, okay? On paper, we don't look like we are the winning team. But in real life, you remember what this guy said. What's his name? Uh Pat Williams. Pat Williams said, on paper, we don't look like the winning team, but let us get on the line, boy. Let's get on the line, boy. There's no way you're gonna win. Because we are the winning team. Truly. Man, shout out to Donald Trump one more time, bro.
Associates, customers, and suppliers, and to be a Walmart for everyone. Well, for more, let's bring in Kevin O'Leary, O'Leary Ventures chairman and Shark Tank investor. Okay, that's Walmart's statement. They're rolling back DEI. I guess my question is, when America's biggest employer does this mean that we are done with DEI and moving? I'm going to give you my acronym. Results, excellence, and merit. REM. I'm a fan of the band. I'm a fan of the idea.
Romeo, shouldn't you be saying, oh, wow, I was wrong, and I know for sure this guy is going to do great things. I accept he won the election. I accept, and I just hope for the best. This is the thing. Can you just say that rather than just saying, look at this cabinet, look at the tariffs, look at this, look at that. The border is going to be secured very soon. Aren't you happy about that? Aren't you happy that things are going to change for the better? Aren't you happy about Bitcoin going up? Aren't you happy about all of this stuff going? Like, come on, Romeo.
What do you think about that?
Corporate America got lost, and then it took a huge lesson down from Anheuser-Busch on Bud Light. We teach that in business schools now. A complete combination of idiot management and the inability to read the room. And America's clearly decided on this issue. And for the boardroom not to be sensitive and understand what's going on out there, they get punished at the store level. Target's a great example. Wow, when they got in that whole gender identity stuff, they got slaughtered. And they still haven't come back. What mother wants to take their kids there and get into gender identity on underwear?
They never really said sorry.
It doesn't matter. The market did it for them.
Sure.
It crushed them. And I think they should get the whacking stick out. If I were on that board, I'd find out who put that policy in place and a whacking and a hacking. You got to start punishing stupidity at the management level. That is how you solve for this. That's how we used to do it 20, 30 years ago.
So Walmart's getting out ahead of that and saying, we don't want that. Thank you very much. We're going to do the statement. We're going to get out of this, and we want to avoid the punishment, basically.
Yeah, but I mean, the customer is always right, always decides, and you have to read the customer. The mother, the father that brings their kids into that store to buy toys and is faced with all this, what crapola? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And they pay a horrible price for it, and I think it's great. And that Anheuser-Busch case, that's such a great case to teach managers in business schools, because they are a lot of them are thinking, oh, gee, that's the right thing to do. You look at the numbers. No beer company in history has been slaughtered that hard. Right from the beer cans being shot off.
We call it a teachable moment. But while you're here, I want to bring up the magic word of the day, the $1,000 word, tariffs.
Okay, so tariffs, another good word for it is negotiations. Everybody knows this is chapter 3 in Trump's book. I mean, everybody is freaking out on this thing. I keep saying, go read his book. I mean, this stuff, he's getting out there now. Everybody's awake. He woke him up at 2 in the morning with one post. Every world leader's going, what? So there'll be no tariffs on Canada. That's very hard to implement. But the challenge with the Canadian situation is different than the Mexican. Trudeau is a really unpopular leader, and in the parliamentary system, he'll be getting whacked soon.
It's the end game in the parliamentary system is so brutal. Look what happened in England just recently. It's about to happen to him. So that Trump will not be negotiating with Trudeau. He'll be dealing with a guy named Pierre Poilievre who will get majority mandate. I think Trump should invite him down to Mar-a-Lago now. I don't know what the protocol and all that is, but he'll be dealing with Pierre. He might as well.
He was much more ideologically aligned with Trump.
Well, here's what Poilievre has already said. I'm going to lift the ban on pipelines. I'm going to kill the carbon tax to be competitive with Texas. And I'm going to open all kinds of investment in Canada. That's Trump's kind of guy. So I know he talked to Trudeau last night, but Trudeau is checking out of Dodge very soon.
Okay.
I want to talk about other investments. Medicare and Medicaid, the Biden administration announced, could cover Wegovy, Zepbound, some of those weight loss drugs now for weight loss. Previously, I think Medicare had just covered a lot of those for heart disease and diabetes. You're our health snacks guy. You're our Make America Healthy Again guy, right? So if this is now covered additionally, does that change the way you think about the sector, the way you invest in the sector? If we are now sort of permanently thinking weight loss drugs is now being expanded by what's covered for insurance?
I would not put this drug into that program at all. It's way too early. Way too early. What happens if this thing has horrific side effects 10 years later we don't know about? This is a brand new product. It shows promise. But you don't put the government behind something and tell everybody, look, because it's backed by the government, it's okay to do this. Sometimes a little exercise and eating less is also a really good idea for weight loss.
Jillian Michaels agrees with you.
Right. And so maybe, no, I don't want to pay for that as a taxpayer. If you want to pay $1,000 a week to stick that in your gut, that means that you're not doing what's right for you first. Eating better, exercising, even walking.
Well, hey, RFK is trying to be a proponent of some of these things. So, I mean, this is a last-ditch effort coming from the Biden administration, but they might really sort of turn the way we look at health around in this country.
I'm an advocate for Kennedy, and I met him right in this green room.
How about you said that?
I keep talking about that. I thought he was nuts before then. Then I talked to him for a few minutes. Very pragmatic.
He thought you were nuts, too, but after he talked to you, he thought you were great. So, I mean,
it just shows you got to meet the man. I mean, I think he may have a hard time getting through confirmation, but his ideas make sense to me. Yeah. And I think a lot of America, the more they listen to him, are going to say, okay, maybe in the vaccine thing, that's controversial, but the food thing, he's right. Stop eating crap. It's a very simple message.
Hear that? Stop eating crap, Brian.
I eat just fine, thank you very much. I'm never...
Look at the difference between Kevin O'Reilly and Mark Cuban. These guys are like best friends, great buddies, great businessmen. And Kevin has gone to the right side. Mark, well, is a businessman, but he happens to be on the left side. But it's like they've just paved two different paths for themselves. Okay, I have one question for you, chat. Chat, let me know, who do you think will tap? Well, we know the answer to this, though. Who do you think is going to tap out first? If Mexico wants to go back and forth with the United States when it comes to tariff, who do you think is going to tap out first? I know for a fact Mexico is going to tap out first. This is just something that I know, okay? Mexico is going to tap Mexico. Mexico is going to tap out first. Is that a pronunciation? Am I right? Mexico or Mexico? They're going to tap out first, for sure. But let me know in the chat, who do you think is going to tap out first? My answer, Mexico.
Now is Charlie Hurt, Washington Times opinion editor and a Fox News contributor. John Carney, Breitbart economics and finance editor and co-author of Breitbart Business Digest. And Batya Ungar-Sargon, author of Second Class. Everybody's writing up a storm. Well, there's a lot to write about, Charlie. First of all, the markets are not freaking out about this talk of tariffs at all. They weren't spectacular today, but all of the indices were up. Business folks have kind of seen this before. They had a term with Trump. They saw him threaten with tariffs. Here's what former Chrysler CEO Bob Nardelli said about it earlier today. Roll tape.
We went through this once before with this president. And it's a negotiating tool. It's not a policy. It's an initiative that will get their attention and hopefully stop this invasion that we've incurred over the last 4 years that has just been devastating to our society.
So even if it does cause some inconvenience for folks, the goal is worth it.
Yeah, and you know, not only have people lived through this before, but the entire campaign, Donald Trump was talking about all of these things. And the reason I think that he won the election is because he was talking about common sense solutions to very real problems that affect people in their personal lives. And people said, you know what, I get all of the, you know, the hysteria about the guy, and I hear all the extreme names that they call him, but gee, what he's talking about makes a lot of sense. And I think tariffs were an integral part of that. Yeah. It makes sense. You've got drugs and human smuggling coming across the border, and if you can use tariffs to stop that,
we were talking before the show. Why is anybody surprised?
Yeah.
I mean, so many people in the media come out and say, oh, my God, we're shocked by it. He talked about it. He did it.
I think it's only the media that's it.
Yeah, I think so. Well, and some professors that will go unnamed. John, folks, some of those professors, by the way, still are screaming about this is going to cause inflation. Well, it didn't the last time. I mean, it didn't cause inflation. We didn't end up with inflation. Worries turning into some kind of trade war again. It's a who knows? I mean, there was a trade war during Smoot-Hawley, but this is a far way away from Smoot-Hawley.
Mexico is not going to wage a trade war against the United States. Look, I understand if you're the president of Mexico, you can't, for your domestic consumption, you don't want to seem like you're just caving into what Trump demands. Right. So you're going to stand tough a little bit. 83% of Mexico's exports come into the United States. You know, very few U.S. exports go, a much smaller percentage goes into Mexico. They are dependent on the U.S. market for their economy. About a quarter of their entire GDP is exports to the U.S. So if we have a trade war, Mexico loses on day one. Mm-hmm. They know this. They're not going to have a trade war. This is Trump's opening gambit.
By the way, were you surprised that Canada was thrown in there?
Yeah, no, I wasn't, because, look, we have a tri-party agreement. Yeah. Anything we do with Mexico, we need Canada to come along with.
By the way, there were 19,000 folks trying to come in from the north of the border. That was like double what it was in the previous 2 years.
And if we shut off the southern border but do nothing to our northern border, then everybody will fly into Canada and come down into the
US. Moving away from economics for a moment, we still have to deal with sanctuary cities and some sanctuary states. And we had the mayor of Denver suggesting that he was willing to go to jail for it, to which Tom Homan said the following. Roll tape.
Me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail, because there's a statute. It's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III, and what it says is it's a felony if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives.
It's hard to misunderstand Tom Homan, isn't it?
I love that guy. You know, Donald Trump won on three things: socially moderate, anti-war, and he wanted to create an economy that delivered for the working class. He's doing that with tariffs, and he's doing that by controlling the border, the two most important things when you think about working class Americans. Just to go back to tariffs for a minute, it's so amazing to me that the same people who were out there saying, I don't care if gas prices double.
People say Tom Homan's face looks like the border wall. People say Tom Homan's face looks like the border wall, people. That's just wild. His face is like, we're going to get this job done. You better don't stand in our way. Who not stand in our way? You don't have to help us, but don't stand in our way. Tom Homan.
If it's to support the war in Ukraine, suddenly, if vegetables cost a little bit more, but your neighbor is making a living wage, suddenly they're unwilling to make that sacrifice. But by the way, they will not be making that sacrifice.
What do you think happens, though, to these mayors and the governors who are saying, I'm going to go to jail, I'm going to die for it? I think that's what the New Jersey governor said. I'm willing to die for this cause of keeping these criminals in the state of New Jersey. What do you think is going to happen? How soon before they roll over?
Oh, I think it'll be very soon, because they're not opposing Donald Trump. They're opposing the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in order to do exactly this. And now they're putting up opposition to the exact thing that their own voters flipped on them and chose Trump for.
Charlie, there was also this 10% tariff against China. And of course, China is where the fentanyl crisis begins. There's no question about it. As Trump was saying, they're always claiming they're going to arrest people and even execute people for fentanyl trade. They never follow through with anything. What do you think? How does China now deal with Donald Trump? We know how Donald Trump is going to deal with them. How do you think they're going to deal with Trump this time?
I think the previous
same guy, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
It's President Xi.
And I think the previous term is a pretty good indicator about how they'll operate with him. I think they recognize that this is a negotiation tactic. It is a tool in the toolkit of negotiations, and I think that they're going to try to work with him and try to figure things out because there is so much money at stake here especially with China, for both countries.
And they did end up buying a lot of our produce.
I have to say, I am a little bit more worried than Charlie is. I think that the way that the Chinese regime looks at it is we need to deal with Donald Trump for 4 years, and then we think we can roll over America once we get rid of Donald Trump. So this is a big problem that Donald Trump will have to face. He has to show them that not only that he means business, but that America means business, that this doesn't end in 2029. Yeah. This is going on forever, that China cannot try to outweight Donald Trump's term of office. This is going to last. And all they have to do is look. Joe Biden didn't drop the tariffs. The Republican Party is now 100% on board with changing our trade relationship with China. China, if they think they can outlast us on this, they're wrong. This is going to get much worse for them before it gets better.
Batya, there's an interesting Gallup poll out showing that Americans right now are very optimistic about the future when Trump takes over, but they're even more worried than they were about the present. The next 2 months, they're very much, there is this feeling of it's morning in America, but not quite yet. And what could happen in the next 2 months? You think of the war ratcheting up in Ukraine. You think of a lot of possible, like all these attempts to spend every dime that they possibly can before Trump comes into office. What do you think is going to happen over the next 2 months?
I, of course, respect how Americans feel and why they feel that way. None of us knows what our president is doing right now, but I will just say to my fellow Americans, the rest of the world leadership is already acting like Donald Trump is in office. They are already running scared. And so I really don't think we have much to fear in terms of foreign policy. Everybody knows that there's a new regime on, and it doesn't seem to me to be like people are trying to get their last licks in. It seems to be the opposite, that people are preparing for what's going to be a much more peaceful 4 years through peace, through strength.
Yeah, by the way, a lot of investors are preparing for it too, trying to figure out how to play the Trump trade. Charlie, we're friends, so I kind of forget that I'm a little bit older than you. I'm like an older brother. I'm not like a father, but.
And this is what baffles me, guys. This is what baffles me. Well, I'm not surprised because I know this man is like, his aura he gives this larger than life aura. And I don't mean it in the literal sense. It's not in the literal sense. I'm just saying, like, his personality is so wide, huge, that people are already addressing the president-elect as the president of the United States already. And he is not even the president of the United States today. He is, however, the president-elect. So it's like, his personality is just so huge. And he gives out that aura that I am here to work for the American people. Whether you're African American, Caucasian, Latinos, brown skin, whatever you are, I am here to work for you because you elected me. This is why I respect the OG, man. And there's nothing anybody can say. There's nothing anybody can say. You don't have to agree with me, okay? There are people in the chat who don't agree with me. I get it. But this is my opinion. And you're free to have your own opinion. But I know you're going to enjoy the great economy coming your way very soon. And thank me later.
But I do remember the morning in America when Reagan took over, and it was more so in 1984 because they had a feeling what they were going to get because of the first 4 years, and now Americans have a feeling because of Trump's first 4 years. So you probably don't remember, but do you get a sense that despite all of the grasping of pearls and everything by MSNBC, that it's different for most Americans, that they do have a sense of optimism?
Well, it's kind of funny because the first 2 years of Joe Biden's presidency, every time I would write a column attacking Joe Biden, my father would call me up and say, "You don't know how bad it was with Jimmy Carter." And then after like 2 years, he was like, "Never mind, this is so much worse." No, and I think the answer to it all is if Trump succeeds at what he wants to do, which is look out for the middle class, improve the economy, bring prosperity for everybody.
Bring security.
Bring peace to the world, yes, and actually accomplishes those things, in 4 years, you could be looking at another 8 years of J.D. Vance. And I think that, going back to John's great point about China, I think that's the game. Donald Trump didn't succeed on Election Day. Mm-hmm. In his mind, he succeeds when he gets done all of the things he promised voters he would get done. And if he does, then that sets somebody like J.D. Vance and somebody else up for 8 years to continue those policies.
Very quickly, back to what happens over the next couple of months. Charlie Gasparino had a piece out saying that Janet Yellen was trying to screw up things for when Trump comes into office by the way she was rolling over some of this debt. We have this huge $1.8 trillion deficit now, adding it to the overall debt. Is that possible?
Yeah, look, they crowded the treasuries into the very short term. That a lot of that has to be turned over. That will be difficult for Donald Trump to deal with. But as you said, the optimism of America is going to make that a much easier task, because when you look at all the surveys, the consumer sentiment, the consumer confidence, it's through the roof. People are feeling good about America again, and that's going to make it a lot easier for the U.S. government to sell debt.
Bacha, I owe you one. We got to go. We're over time. Great having you all here.
2028, I am suspecting that it's going to be J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard. This is what I suspect, okay? It may not be, but I think it's going to be J.D. Vance as the presidential candidate. Of course, is going to win the primaries. And Tulsi Gabbard as the vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party. And if Tulsi Gabbard runs with J.D. Vance, bro, and then after the 8 years of J.D. Vance and Tulsi, by 2036, Tulsi Gabbard is now going to run for the president, officially for the president of the United States. And she's going to be the first woman president of the United States, straight from the Republican Party. Because it seems like the Democrats cannot just change their thought process. They can change the way they think. They're still saying the same thing that made them lose the election. The things the American people are telling them, we don't like this stuff, they're still backing down on it. They're still saying, yo, this is the facts. They don't listen to the people. And then they call the people who voted for Trump, they call them uneducated. So Elon Musk is uneducated. RFK is uneducated. Tulsi Gabbard is uneducated. J.D. Vance from Yale is uneducated. Man, I don't even know. Anyway, shout out to YouTube. All right, here we go. Elon Musk's mom is now saying that she's predicting that the media may want to tear Trump and Elon apart. Watch this.
Well, lately it seems like Donald Trump and Elon Musk just can't get enough of each other. They're often pictured together. Well, Maye Musk is Elon's mother. She joins me here on the set in New York City. Maye, it's great to have you with us.
It's great to be here because I watch your show.
You do?
I watch your shows for the past 2 years. When I went from CNN and MSNBC to resign from the Democratic Party and then started watching Fox News, and now I see the truth.
I'm delighted to hear it. That's very flattering for us, but we love it. Yes. Maye, what's this friendship really like, and will it last?
Well, of course, I've seen them together, but very shortly. You know, I live in New York, and they're in Mar-a-Lago or SpaceX launch. They just seem to be having fun, a lot of fun, and it's nice for both of them to have fun. And Elon really respects him a lot and is really happy that there's a future for America now.
He wants to cut government costs. He wants to chop the bureaucracy. I
Yes.
take it he's excited about doing that, isn't he?
Very excited because it's going to be very easy. Because then I
He's
sat
such
in
a proud
the
mom.
back, you know, I sit behind, and I like to sit in on meetings. And then Elon and Vivek and others were talking, and they said, first of all, come to work. I mean, isn't that crazy? The buildings are empty.
The federal employees. He's going to get them back to
Get
work
to
no matter
work.
what.
And most won't want to come back to work.
Well, that's
So that's an easy way.
That's a way of
And then,
sorting
but
them
the
out.
buildings are empty, and you're paying for them. And now, you are paying for them. I'm paying for them, and I don't think that's fair.
Right.
And then you also have to have done something. So if you haven't done anything in the past week, why are you there? And so it's when he bought Twitter, he found out that the building's empty and nobody has to come in unless they want to meditate or something.
But he's expecting some deep opposition from the deep state and from politicians who might not get their pet project approved.
Well, first of all, you know, what they call mainstream media, but I call them dishonest Democrat media, they will be trying to break up the relationship. They will be hating everything. And I told that to Elon. He said he expects that because they were dishonest before the election.
Do people like your son?
Yes.
I mean, he walks around as the wealthiest man in the world, bar none. Do they like him, really?
You know, I don't like the word wealthy or billionaire or things like that because I think it's degrading. I think he's the genius of the world. And people are loving him for that. They don't, when they see me, they go crazy because I'm his mother. But they love him because of what he does, and they respect him, and I'm very proud of him.
I can't imagine what it would be like to be his mother, watching him go from PayPal to rockets to Tesla to all just one thing after another. You ever surprised about what he's coming up with next?
Well, every time I'm surprised, and every time I say, don't take on something else. And he doesn't listen to me. And then he makes a big change. And this Neuralink, people saying, why I don't want something in my head. I said, well, you aren't paralyzed. So, or you aren't blind.
Good point.
If you're blind and you don't want to see, then you can argue the point. You don't have to have a chip in your head.
The co-founder of Axios had something of a meltdown after Elon claimed X users were replacing legacy media. Watch this.
Everything we do is under fire. Elon Musk sits on Twitter every day, or X today, saying like, we are the media, you are the media. My message to Elon Musk is, bull. You're not the media. You having a blue check mark, a Twitter handle, and 300 words of cleverness doesn't make you a reporter any more than me.
Well, May, what do you make of the media's treatment of your son?
Well, first of all, I think 300 words of cleverness is a great idea. I think, you know, and so people are loving it. And since Elon showed the Twitter files where the FBI was paying millions to Twitter to stay democratic and get rid of the Republicans, I mean, you and I paid to have Republicans removed from Twitter. I now don't trust the press at all. And let's work. I'll only come to Fox News. I won't go anywhere else. And X. That's the media.
I have to ask you about the book. I've got it in my hand, and you've nicely autographed it for me. I really appreciate that. A Woman Makes a Plan, Advice for a Lifetime of Adventure, Beauty and Success. You were a model at one point.
No, I'm a supermodel now. Oh. I had 20 covers this year.
Did I say you were a model at one point?
Yes,
you're a model
people
now.
say it all the time because you're not following me on Instagram and you're not following me on X, and you're not using X much.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
I thought, why am I following you? You're
I'll
not
apologise
posting.
profusely anytime you like.
Anyway, so I just I just wrote a story about my life and the adventures in the Kalahari Desert, where I slept on the ground with the hyenas and lions, and after that you can sleep anywhere. So you can sleep on a couch, you can sleep on the floor, you can sleep anywhere. My parents wanted us to be independent and be able to live with less, which we did. And then it's my marriage, and it was abusive, and running away with my 3 kids at 31. This was unheard of, because that's 45 years ago. And in those days, women didn't do that. And so some women are relating to that. And then men are relating to my entrepreneurship as a dietitian. I have awards as because I've run my own business and taught other medical professionals to run their own business and how to promote themselves. But scientists are shy.
Do you like being a grandmother?
I love being a grandmother. 17 grandkids. Yeah.
Oh, I've got 11, but you beat me hands down with that one.
Oh, wow.
Do you like going out in public? Because everybody knows you.
Yes, it's awkward to go out in public now. Yeah, I'm in disguise if I go to a restaurant, but if somebody recognizes me and wants a photo, then pretty much the whole restaurant stands up. So it's hard.
Well, I'm afraid we're almost out of time, but before you leave the studio, I'm going to get a picture with you, if that's okay.
Okay, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yo, that's so funny. She's so adorable. She needs to, if she's single and if he's single, they need to go out on a date or something, because they're just chuckling at each other. And, you're not following me on Twitter. Oh, X, Instagram. She's so adorable. She's so adorable, bro. She's so adorable. Oh my goodness. I mean, think about it. Elon Musk being your son, and just listen to his mom. That's why he ended up being like this, because his mom is a smart woman as well. You know, this is why I always say, like, parents play a huge role in their kids' life. You have to pay attention to your kids. It's just what it is. Shout out to Maye Musk. Her name is Maye Musk. Maye. Maye Musk.
Well, there's a new sheriff in town, and he is not playing around. President-elect Trump is announcing that on day one, he will impose a 25% tariff on all products from Mexico and Canada if they do not take action to stop the flow of migrants and illicit fentanyl flooding into our country. He also wants to slap an additional 10% tariff on Chinese goods. Trump's opening salvo already has Canada and Mexico scrambling to negotiate. Mexico's president now claims that migrant caravans are no longer reaching the border. And just 2 hours after Trump posted the threats, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau hopped on a phone call with the president-elect. Watch.
It was a good call. This is something that we can do, laying out the facts, moving forward in constructive ways. This is a relationship that we know takes a certain amount of working on, and that's what we'll do.
And the new sheriff has an enforcer. Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, he's on the ground today in Eagle Pass, Texas, along with Governor Greg Abbott, to get a firsthand look at the crisis that's seen wave after wave of migrants pour across, including 50 unaccompanied children just last night. Homan telling folks to get ready.
President Trump's one bad president to secure this border at a level we've never seen before. Biden's the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. Game on. Time to get this done.
Trump's borders are also putting Democrats on notice who are promising to resist his immigration plans.
I'm sending a message for people that said they're going to get in our way. They're going to stop us from doing what we're doing on interior enforcement operation. I've said 100 times in the last week, don't cross that line. It is a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. Don't test us. The nation wants a safe country. We've had enough crime in this country, illegal alien crime. It's time to end it and stop it.
So we get our rundown around 11 a.m. every day. And the thing I've been looking forward to the most is another debate about tariffs between Harold and Jesse Waters. So, Harold, let me let you start, Harold, and tell me what you think about this.
Good to be back. The president, during the campaign, was crystal clear about his position on tariffs. He said two things that I thought were interesting. One, he believes that bilateral relations and negotiations with tariffs will help him extract concessions from countries, be it on this border security or economic security. I think some of the threats that the president's put down, or I should say the challenges that he's put down the table today, you have to also remember that the other side knows the president also. They've read the book, The Art of the Deal, that they understand that he has said that he is going to look to extract things from other countries. I'm rooting for him. I'm a strong believer, though, that tariffs usually don't work. If you are looking to incite the other side to raise prices, or you accept that there's a risk that they will raise prices on American goods, you basically just double up the price increases. Now, my pal Jesse and I have had this conversation on air and off air, and I know that his belief is that President Trump will do this the right way, that President Trump will walk right up to the edge and not go unconditional tariffs everywhere. I hope you're right. And I have greater confidence now that Scott Bessent is the designee for Treasury Secretary. One last thing, Dana. I hope that, I said it last night, I think that the border czar chief, and last night we talked about the mayor of Denver, some of his comments, they both sound like, again, they're trying out or auditioning for a Clint Eastwood movie or auditioning for a role in Tom Cruise's movies. Just do your job. I mean, the don't test us, the threats, the bluster, I think some of that is fine. But at the end of the day, the American people, I'm one of them. I'm part of that 70% that want to see smart deportations. I'm part of that 70% that believes we should have a very, very different border policy. But what I'm not for is this kind of kid stuff. I hope the president's right. I hope his tariffs work. But if they don't, I hope he's able to pivot and do something that will lower prices for everyday Americans.
So President Trump utilizing his leverage and giving them some runway to say, like, this is happening on day one. But within 12 hours, the president of Mexico, she's relatively new, only been there a few months. She said, okay, I'll stop the caravans from coming through.
Permission to make an analogy?
Oh, okay, sure.
You want to hold my hand or you going to
This is a safe one, unlike yesterday. Let's say Jesse Jr.'s room is a mess, and it's been like that for 2 weeks. And my wife, Emma, who I love, but this is just an analogy, has been soft and has not made him clean up his room. So now Jesse Sr. comes home and says, Jesse Jr., if you don't have that room cleaned up by 6 o'clock, no allowance. Okay? Now, there's no need to panic. It's not 6 o'clock yet. He may clean up the room. He may get his allowance. And if he doesn't do it, then he'll survive. All this is a threat that there will be consequences. That's all this is. Now, Emma, again, my wife, who I love, just is just an analogy, can't complain. She has no right to complain because what she's done has not worked, just like Biden and the Wall Street Democrats can't complain either because what they've done with Mexico and China has not worked either. So, Harold, I think you have to sit this one out, and all these people running their mouths about tariffs have to sit this out because this is Donald Trump's deal. If you have a guy who had 4 years with no inflation and tariffs, how can you say now tariffs are going to drive up inflation? You can't. What he's doing now also, as a reminder, we're about to renegotiate USMCA. And he's going in day one with a very strong negotiation position now. He's adding a national security component to this, fentanyl and migration. And remember, we do tariffs for national security stuff all the time, like steel. We threw up tariffs on steel and aluminum because, heaven forbid, anything happens with Taiwan. You don't want to have to rely on Chinese steel imports when you're in the middle of a war in the Pacific. That's just stupid. Chinese EV manufacturers are building plants in Mexico. Do you think Trump's going to tolerate that? They're going to sneak around import duties and try to ship cheap EVs and flood the U.S. market? Hell no. So this happens all of the time. I'm not worried about it. And if I hear one more word out of you, Harold, we're never speaking again.
Tariff. Judge, let me turn it over to you. I was like, there's 20 different questions I could ask you, but let me just turn it over to see what you want to talk about.
Well, I appreciate that. I think the first thing I want to talk about is the fact that this isn't Hollywood. And I love you, Harold. You know that.
God better get out that Tom Cruise jacket and put a suit on.
Tom Homan is not overdoing it. And America has waited for someone like Tom Homan for a long time. And it's, I think, 3/4. It's more than 70%. Almost 75% of Americans think that Donald Trump has to prioritize these deportations. And when Tom Homan talks about 8 U.S.C. Code 1324, Section 3, where an alien has come or entered or remains in the United States in violation of the law, and you conceal, harbor, or shield them from detection, or you can attempt to do the same, you are guilty guilty of a felony. So this guy who's dancing around the mayor of Denver, I mean, he's a joke. This is all going to end. He's trying to get some attention because that guy right there on the screen is dead serious. He's going to have a Department of Justice with Pam Bondi who's going to be able to back it up. They're going to have the legal force to be able to do it. Now, let's talk about the fact that apparently China has had a death penalty for drug dealers. And apparently they've refused to make good on that death penalty statute. And Donald Trump is saying, you know what, if you're not going to use it, then we're going to add 10% on your goods as well. Now, I don't claim to be as knowledgeable on tariffs as you guys. I don't really care. What I care about is within 2 hours, Trudeau jumps, and this woman, the new prime minister or president of Mexico, is jumping. Nobody wants to lose the United States, okay? Nobody wants to lose the power, the money that we give away, and everything else. But I think that there's something significant. This is my last point, Dana, is that we get 60% of our crude oil from Canada. All right. Now, if the United States is going to be energy independent again, we have an even tougher negotiating stance with Canada because we're not going to need as much of that crude oil when we start doing our own dance here.
It's interesting. And I also think that this puts into stark relief, Charlie, the weakness and recklessness of the Biden administration and what they did for 4 years.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, as time goes on, I find the tariffs thing to be more and more maybe my favorite thing about Donald Trump. Obviously, you know, tariffs don't necessarily work if you're just in it for a tariff war with another country. Of course, if you get into it with Mexico, it's going to work for us because it's going to hurt them so much more than it hurts us. It gets a little more complicated if you're going against a more equal trading partner. But the point of it is, and this is what I love about it, the creativity of it, is the fact that it's not for the sake of a tariff war. It's about trying to get something else done. And the United States, for all of time, has sent billions and kabillions of dollars to countries that hate us, trying to get them to do stuff we want. We've bombed them because we liked them, trying to get them to do stuff that we want. And none of it works. And Donald Trump recognizes that, you know what, as a negotiator, as a very creative negotiator, this is something that I can do to do things that the American people want, like close the border, end the war in Ukraine, or whatever our other interests are. And and other countries understand it because our interests are, number one, America's interest, as opposed to some complicated thing about how we're going to buy your country and fix it up and do something and then you'll be our friend, and that never works. So as time goes on, I've gotten to where the tariffs thing is maybe the most interesting thing about Donald Trump.
All right, Charlie.
But you do know that China said they would retaliate also and raise tariffs. I mean, they actually are the most equal partner we have because they own so much of our debt. But I hear you. I'm rooting for the president. I'm rooting for the president to get this right.
But on the side issues that we want them to cooperate, like fentanyl, then they don't want the tariff war either. And so if we have a side issue like fentanyl and we're both incentivized to end the tariff war, then
facts. All I hear here is facts. Facts on facts. The tariff, people are saying the tariff is going to hurt the people of the United States. It's going to make the prices go up. It's going to make inflation skyrocket and all that stuff that they're saying. Cap, bro. This is cap. It's called negotiation. They are negotiating right now, okay? This isn't done deal. This is just conversation back and forth with the legendary, the Don, the 45th, now the 47th, with these other countries. The Canadians are already playing ball. They're already ready to play ball. However, Mexico isn't ready yet, but they're going to come right back to the table. It's just what it is.
Here with reaction, Fox News contributor Charlie Hurt and America's next ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Good to see you both. Ambassador to be, I hope. Mike Huckabee, congratulations again. You know, I became very close friends with somebody that I know you know, Alice Marie Johnson, and love her dearly. I know this was the woman, one-time drug offender. Donald Trump either commuted or pardoned her, whatever, commuted the sentence. And I'll never forget that moment where she went running out into the arms of her family. She never thought she'd get out of prison. So she started her own ministry there. And she would help young girls that were getting out and help them, guide them to get them on the right road. I would like to see the transformation of the use of the presidential pardon. Maybe it's a Hannity idea that people like. I like it. Let Alice Marie Johnson find every person in jail that doesn't belong there and say once a week, Donald Trump makes an announcement. I'm going to pardon this person or that person. What are your thoughts, and what do you think Joe should do with Hunter?
Politically, it's a disaster because nobody ever supports any commutation or clemency action, whether it's a governor or a president. They just don't. They will say they will, but they don't. The truth is Donald Trump showed a level of courage that very few presidents have ever shown. He didn't wait till his last day and let go with a lot of his buddies and friends that were in the clink. What he did was create an incredibly powerful program called First Step that recognized that some people don't need to be in prison anymore. It's a very expensive process. And so he created a program that looked at sentences, some that were way too long, and he actually started giving people what every person in prison needs to keep from just becoming unglued, and that's hope. Donald Trump did something that defied political gravity in that, and thank God for it.
What do you think about Hunter and Joe? And then we'll ask about what Trump should do if Joe doesn't pardon his son or commute his sentence.
I would hope that he looks at the facts, and if there's something that is untoward in the sentence, then sure, consider it. But don't do it just as a symbolic measure. There are a lot of people who have been in prison since the January 6th convictions. Some of them deserve to be there because they committed crimes. They struck a police officer. They vandalized government property. They threatened people. That's different. But there were people who just walked around that day, and within months, they had the FBI banging on their door. They went to trial. Some of them were put in jail for months on end without any type of adjudication. And there are people that have no business having a felony conviction as a result of simply walking around at the invitation of the Capitol Police. And there are some people who are in prison, not just for that, but other things, that really are serving no particular purpose for remaining in there and having a felony conviction.
Charlie, do you like my Alice Marie Johnson idea, pardon a week, find people in jail that have either served their time or are deserving to get out? And what do you think that Joe Biden should and will do regarding his son? And if he doesn't do anything for his son, should Donald Trump consider it?
Well, of course, I always love, all Americans love redemption stories. They love stories about people who get a second chance and do something great with it. I think it's a marvelous idea. Obviously, you run into all kinds of problems doing that. But if you were to do it in a cautious, sensible way, I think it would be, like I say, I think that, Americans love stories like that. I think it could be very inspiring. In terms of, obviously commuting or removing Hunter Biden's sentence is not something, it's not fair, it's not just. But in a lot of ways, I kind of would be surprised if Joe Biden doesn't do that. There would be no incentive for Donald Trump to do that. But, and I feel like in a lot of ways, Joe Biden, everything that Hunter Biden has made of his life has been sort of in service of his father. And in a lot of ways, I kind of feel like his father is almost, you think about what he used his son for, running him as a bagman for the family's influence peddling scam all these years. I wouldn't commute the guy's sentence. I wouldn't pardon him. But I certainly think that his father is probably just as, if not more guilty than Hunter Biden is for a lot of the jams that he's gotten himself, legal jams that he's gotten himself into.
Well, if Republicans were like Democrats, they would, weaponize the justice system and go after Joe after he leaves office. Let me ask you both. I have about 40 seconds for each of you. What do you think of the idea of a Kamala comeback, Governor Huckabee, and or do you think she would run for governor? And don't you think that Gavin Newsom has in the back of his head he wants to be in that Oval Office? Problem is, he has the same policies he supports as Kamala.
Well, first of all, it would be a gift to the Republicans, and I hope she runs for something because it's just really wonderful. Maybe she'll get another $1 billion and blow through that like she did her presidential campaign. But the difference
she
is
can win
nobody's going to hand her the
California.
nomination. But she's gonna have to run even if for governor, and she's not going to get a free ride all the way to the nomination without having some competition. So
Not this time.
Good luck, Kamala. Hope it works out for you because I think most every Republican will love to face you again.
Real quick, Charlie, does she have a future?
Yeah. No, well, on the national political scene, she's cooked. She's finished. She'll never come back. She can waste her time and waste people's money by trying, but she's finished. Whether or not
I don't know if Kamala is going to run again. She's probably going to run for the governor of California, but I don't think she wants to run again for the president of the United States. I don't think so because I don't know. I don't know if she's going to win the primaries. I mean, who is she? I mean, it's going to be a waste of energy and money.
Tonight, Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, threatens to put the Democratic mayor of Denver in jail. This comes after the mayor, who's my next guest.
Okay, this is, of course, Trump's new border czar, which happens to be Tom Homan, that people say his face looks like the border wall. And he was talking about the Denver mayor. Listen to the Denver mayor reply him. Of course, CNN got it.
Talked about resisting federal forces trying to carry out mass deportations, saying, quote, more than us having the Denver Police Department stationed at the county line to keep them out, you would have 50,000 Denverites there. It's like the Tiananmen Square moment with the rose and the gun. Homan firing back on Fox News.
Me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. We're going to enforce the law, period. And they're not going to stop us.
All right, joining me now, the Denver Mayor, Mike Johnston. So, Mayor Johnston, you heard what he said. You got something in common. You're willing to go to jail. He's willing to put you there. He says he's going to enforce the law. Are you willing to go to jail over this?
I think there are thoughtful ways to solve this problem. If they want to focus on violent criminals, we would be happy to help support pursuing, arresting, and deporting them. We've helped past administrations. We'd do that again. If they want to focus on adding more judicial capacity so folks with asylum claims can have those cases heard more quickly, we would support that. What we're not going to do is support deploying the 101st Airborne into American cities to pull 10-year-old kids out of their classrooms in handcuffs. I think that is immoral, that's unconstitutional, and that's un-American. And so I think if that's what they're proposing, they will find us resisting. If they want to partner on common sense solutions, we'll always be happy to partner.
So if Trump were to order ICE agents, for example, right, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, to go into the state of Colorado to enforce federal law.
Bro, are you willing to go?
Would you order, Mayor Johnston, your police department to resist them? Or are you speaking at this point more of just an act of, protest resistance? Or would this actually be an order to your police department?
Yeah, we won't use our law enforcement, and we don't think we need to. That's not what we're after. I think America's not after another conflict on this issue. They're after a way to find pragmatic solutions to this problem. And so, to quote Lincoln, we don't think here that might makes right. We think that right makes might. And so if they are going to send the U.S. Army or the Navy SEALs into Denver to pursue folks to pull them off the job at hotels or restaurants where they're working or pull kids off the soccer field, I think we will see Denverites and folks around the country who will nonviolently resist that, because I think that doesn't represent our values and doesn't represent the Constitution.
So has your view on the broader situation changed, though? And I understand you're trying to draw a distinction between violent criminals and people who are in the country illegally, but are contributing to society, right? Going to school, working jobs. But is Denver, Mayor, going to remain a sanctuary city where you do not enforce federal immigration laws? Is there going to be any change to how you are running the city?
We're not changing how we run the city, but it's important that people know what that status means. What that means is that if someone has committed a violent crime, has committed a felony, we do collaborate with federal law enforcement, and we will. What it means we don't do is if someone is driving to work and has a busted taillight on the way, we don't arrest them and connect them to ICE for deportation. We think that's disruptive for families and for residents. I was a high school principal before this, and these are my students. These are kids who are dreamers, who are playing by the rules, getting jobs, trying to make a life. They have daughters who play on our soccer teams or sons who sit in your history classes. We don't think that is the problem facing the country. These are 60% of them are working, 25% of them are children. I don't think that is the crisis the country's worried about.
So Trump is now threatening a 25% tariff on Mexico, which of course you've seen. He says he's going to do that until the invasion ends. That's the word he uses. And he says he's going to sign this tariff.
Just like Coach Walls. I was a coach before running for the vice president of the United States. Now he's a teacher.
Tariff on his first day, so presumably by his executive order in January. Let me just play what Mexico's president said today, because she responded, and she said the tariffs are not going to do it when it comes to solving the migrant crisis. Here's how she put it.
Presidente Trump, no es con amenazas ni con aranceles como se va a atender el fenómeno migratorio ni el consumo de drogas en Estados Unidos.
All right, and I know, Mayor Johnson, you're fluent in Spanish, so even though you couldn't see those, the translation on the bottom of the screen, you understood what she said. Is it possible, though, that the threat of such tariffs, of a 25% tariff, of such a massive and seismic thing to Mexico, would force Mexico to way more forcefully address the drug and migrant flow than it has up till now?
I don't think that's going to solve the problem any more than no Denver business is asking me to pull folks off the job as a way to solve their economic crisis. We have open jobs we're trying to fill. We have more business we're trying to do, more imports and exports we want. That would hurt, I think, American farmers and ranchers, and it would hurt American retailers. And so I don't think that is the solution. I think there is a way to work collaboratively with Mexico and other countries in Central and South America to try to solve this problem. And that's what we're looking for. What are pragmatic ways to help people get to work that want to work, help employers hire them if they want to hire them, and help folks get a fair hearing in court and let the courts decide if they get asylum or not. That's all folks are asking. They're not running from the law. They're actually running towards the law. They want to get their cases heard. They have a 7-year wait because the bipartisan bill that would have added more administrative and judicial capacity to hear these cases, Trump opposed. So there's common sense ways to have these cases heard that are constitutional, that are consistent with American values, that would keep the American economy going. These won't do that.
And that President Trump appointed to fix the border, Tom Homan, along with someone who, frankly, has played a very big role in bringing attention to this security disaster, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And they're going to be together all day tomorrow. Tom, you heard.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Woo! We've been on for quite a while. I'm looking for a good one.
This mayor out there in Colorado, I want to get your reaction to it. And I want you to be clear about who has jurisdiction, the federal government or state and local governments. And if you're a sanctuary state or city, are you breaking the law?
You're absolutely breaking law. All you have to do is look at Arizona versus U.S. You'll see these breaking the law. But look, me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail. Because there's a statute.
All right, let's see this one.
Welcome back. Iowa Senator Joni Ernst creating.
Also, what do you guys think about Doge? What do you guys think about the Department of Government Efficiency? What do you guys think about it? I know for a fact that Elon has been a positive change to this world. He's been an addition to this world. He has changed the world, basically, from SpaceX to PayPal to Tesla to the Boring Company to Neuralink to internet. What's that? What is it called? The internet stuff. Okay. Forgot. My brain is fried right now. However, he's been an addition to this world. Same as Vivek Ramaswamy. This is a businessman that has done great things in the United States, and they've proven to be great guys, and they've proven to be a business person. They've proven to be business people who know how to cut cost and make profits. So they're going to be great for the Department of Government Efficiency because, I mean, think about it. The Pentagon, the Pentagon failed their audit for the 7th time. And somebody says, he bought Twitter and ran it to the ground. If you go do your research, you would realize that Twitter was already going to the ground already. And he saved a lot of money by changing the name to X. But I know you didn't figure that out. Did you find that out? You definitely didn't find it out. You just wanted to make your point. But that's the facts. Okay. So government efficiency for sure. Elon and Vivek are like the greats that I know for a fact. And now they have Marjorie Taylor Greene with them. It's about to be interesting.
The new Senate Doge caucus, Ernst, who will also chair that caucus, sending a letter to the heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, with her own proposals on how to cut $2 trillion in wasteful spending. The senator discussing her plan with...
Yes, Janice says Starlink. Well, she says Starlight, but it's actually Starlink. But I know probably it was like a typo, but it's Starlink. I get you, Starlink. Yeah, that's the internet stuff this guy did. And he sent Starlink to North Carolina and to some part of Georgia. Man, this guy's been a positive change in this world.
With President-elect Trump, Elon Musk, and Howard Lutnick at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend. Joining me now is the woman herself, Iowa Senator Joni Ernst, the chairwoman of the Senate Doge Caucus, a member of the Senate Armed Services and Agricultural Committees, and the ranking member of the Senate Small Business Committee. Senator, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, it's great to be with you. Thank you very much, Maria.
We've heard a lot about Vivek and Elon's plans to cut $2 trillion out of the budget, and you've got your own plan. What do you see as the low-hanging fruit in terms of government waste?
Well, oh, Maria, there is so much low-hanging fruit. And I have been working on this the past decade in the United States Senate with my squeal team. I went to Washington, D.C. to make them squeal. So there is a lot of low-hanging fruit, and we can simply start with a lot of the underutilized and vacant government buildings that we have. Now, there's a lot of folks that telework. If we're not going to use those buildings, we need to get rid of them. The maintenance is overwhelming at a cost of about $8 billion a year, and the leases on those buildings as well, close to $8 billion a year. So we can start right there. If you look at the NIH and a lot of the experimentation that is done there, things like finding out how fast shrimp can run on treadmills. All of this we have documented through the years. And this is the low-hanging fruit that we can hand right over to Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. So had those discussions this previous weekend at Mar-a-Lago with Vivek, Elon, President Trump, and Howard Lutnick, and they agree. There's a lot right there that we can do immediately on day one.
Senator, how does that happen? I mean, how does it get past that, watching shrimp on a treadmill can actually get in and get money as part of the budget?
Right. Well, I've been through this many, many times where we're passing these overwhelming omnibus packages with all kinds of pork shoved into those packages. And of course, things like this get hidden in there. Now, we as the federal government, we hand off the money to these institutions and agencies.
I mean, who is watching shrimp on a treadmill? What is going on here?
Expecting that they will have the proper oversight and make sure that the work that's being done is for the benefit of the American people. But certainly through the years, we haven't seen that. There's so much pork within these packages that it does go to fund things like shrimp on a treadmill, funding projects like our pampered cats. Are they doing their business in a litter box or out of a litter box?
Yeah.
We don't need to fund this. It is ridiculous, Maria.
So do you all use this as a negotiating tool? You know that you need one of your colleagues' vote on a bigger, more substantive issue in government, but that person has their own pet peeve project, and that project is about, like you say, shrimp on a treadmill, and you have to say, all right, well, we'll give money to that because we need your vote for that. Is that how it works?
Well, so that has happened in the past with a number of negotiations, but I'll be honest, a lot of members of Congress don't understand that while they think that great scientific work will be done at these institutions, honestly, it trickles down to these ridiculous projects. We don't need to fund that anymore. We've got infrastructure projects like in California, their gravy train out there. It is at a cost. We've got a number of train projects actually in California that don't benefit most of the taxpayers there at a cost of $1 billion per mile. And it is yet a decade out from completion. So we need to scratch these projects and focus on the benefit of all good for the American people.
And one thing that keeps coming up are these government contractors. You've got outside companies that have contracts with government, and many of these companies, they rely on those government contracts for their earnings and revenue expectations. I know we looked at the leading top 10 government contractors. It's largely defense companies and healthcare companies. How likely is it that some of the government contracts of some of the leading contractors out there will be canceled? How are you going to make that decision?
Well, yes. And is it benefiting our country? I think that is the bottom line, that American taxpayers, they want that question answered. So when we look at these contracts, what are they doing? If it's in the defense space, we've got to be more nimble. We've got to watch over those dollars very carefully. I think every agency across federal government can stand to trim back the fat. We need to do this. We saw the mandate in this last election. People are tired of our money going to projects that simply don't benefit all the good for the American people.
Well,
we spend trillions of dollars.
Yep.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up and subscribe to the channel. You guys are the best. We're going to do maybe 2 more and we're going to be done for today. You have the internal dialogue tree of a toddler if that's your response, my guy. Shout out to Ty. You're staying up to listen to a toddler. That speaks a lot about you.
3 breaking stories to start this hour, all of them involving President-elect Trump. First, 2 major legal victories for him. Special counsel Jack Smith ending the federal election subversion case against the president-elect. And then just moments later, Smith said he is also dropping the federal classified document case against Trump. Also breaking this afternoon, a CNN exclusive. One of Trump's closest advisors now under investigation by Trump's own attorneys. Sources tell CNN the top aide is facing allegations of using his ties to Trump for financial gain. Let's get right to that CNN exclusive with CNN Sarah Murray and Kristen Holmes joining us now. So Sarah, in terms of what we're looking at here, first of all, who is the Trump aide? What is he accused of doing?
Yeah, well, this is Boris Epshteyn, who's been a longtime aide to Donald Trump and has acted as a legal advisor for him as well over the years. And basically, lawyers who are running this internal investigation have claimed that Epshteyn tried to gain financially from his influence with Trump and others in the Trump world. You know, there are 2 specific instances we learned about from sources involved in this investigation, around this investigation. And one of them was that Epshteyn tried to ask Scott Bessent, Donald Trump's pick to be the Treasury Secretary, for payment in addition, in exchange essentially for Epshteyn promoting Bessent's name around Mar-a-Lago as well as with Trump. There was another instance when Epshteyn asked for payment allegedly from someone and said he would connect him with people relevant to his industry in the incoming administration. Now, half a dozen sources confirmed this internal investigation to me, Kristen Holmes, our colleague Kate Sullivan. It's not a criminal investigation. This is an internal investigation that attorneys for Donald Trump have been running, but they were concerned enough about their findings to recommend that Epshteyn should be removed from Trump's orbit. Now, here is what Epshteyn had to say about all of this. He said in a statement to CNN, "I am honored to work for President Trump and with his team. These fake claims are false and defamatory and will not distract us from making America great again."
So as we have all that, Kristen, you have this exclusive reporting as well, noting that Epshteyn was involved in 2 shouting matches, including one involving Elon Musk. Tell us more about the tension, the divisiveness there.
Yeah, it's certainly feeling like a drama-filled Mar-a-Lago because both of these occurred at that beach resort. One of them, again, between Elon Musk and Boris Epshteyn. The thing that was so interesting about this when we were reporting out this story is that a number of the people we talked to said it was Elon Musk himself who had raised these issues and allegations against Boris. And that was apparently what happened when they were having this confrontation. Elon Musk leveling accusations at Boris at everything from allegations on pay for play, but also leaking information. The second outburst or kind of confrontation that we learned about from several witnesses at Mar-a-Lago was between Besant and Elon Musk. And it was, Besant and Boris Epstein, with Epstein shouting at Besant, essentially saying he was going to sue him at some point. So a lot of wild times over at Mar-a-Lago goes to show you that even though they're having a more orderly transition, some of the knife wielding is clearly still going on.
And just give us a sense of how close, Kristen, Epstein and Trump have become over the years and how this all plays in, too, as well as with the transition team.
Well, he is a staple by Donald Trump's side. He has been sitting in on some of the most critical transition meetings, even though he doesn't really have an official role. He is credited with raising Matt Gaetz's name to Trump and really getting that out there. Obviously, Gaetz has now withdrawn that name. He also helped staff the Justice Department jobs as well as the White House counsel job. These are all things that some of the newcomers into Trump's circle have been surprised about how much influence that Boris Epstein has. Now, the other thing to note here is that the transition says, yes, this internal investigation happened and we are all moving forward together. But we did just see this. This was an interview.
I think we saw this yesterday. Yep, we saw this yesterday. Okay, so what is going on with this guy, Giuliani? What is going on with Giuliani? What's going on with Giuliani, bro? He's going through it in the courtroom. It's a lot going on with this man.
It's hard to describe what happened inside a New York courtroom today as anything but Rudy Giuliani throwing a tantrum. Oftentimes, it's the transcripts that tell the story, but tonight it's really these court sketches. Donald Trump's former attorney erupted after a federal judge asked why he had failed to turn over nearly $11 million worth of his personal assets to those two Georgia poll workers that he defamed and ultimately owes $148 million. Giuliani launched into an outburst and he told the judge, and I'm quoting Rudy Giuliani now, "The implication that I have not been diligent about it is totally incorrect. Everything I have is tied up. I don't have a car. I don't have a credit card. I don't have cash. I get my bank account that can't get my bank account that would truly be mine because they have put stop orders on, for example, my Social Security account, which they have no right to do. They put stop orders on my business account. I can't pay my bills." The judge ceded the floor to Giuliani, but then warned that the next time he speaks out of turn like that, quote, the court will have to take action. My sources tonight are Ellie Honig, former federal prosecutor, Errol Lewis, CNN political commentator and host of Spectrum News, The Big Deal with Errol Lewis, and also Jane Rosenberg, the courtroom sketch artist who captured that moment that you just saw there. She's also the author of Drawn Testimony, My 4 Decades as a Sketch Artist. Jane, given your experience in court, can you just tell us what it was like inside that room today?
His decorum has certainly changed from when I sketched him 44 years ago as a prosecutor. He's losing it. He was wild. I mean, I feel bad for anyone who represents him. He blurts out orders at his lawyers who are at the podium. And
this guy used to be someone who people respected in New York. This guy was like a big shot in New York. And he helped New York a lot. This man was like a big shot in New York. All of a sudden, he's going through this because what? Is it because he is associated to Trump? I mean, this man did a lot of stuff for New York. Of course, is it because he's associated with Trump? This man was a former mayor of New York. A former mayor now being persecuted. I mean, if he did anything bad, okay, great. He should be held accountable, but this man has done great things for New York. But I just don't know. Anybody associated with Trump must go through the fire. Also, Rudy Giuliani is a former Associate Attorney General of the United States and being treated this way. Did he just say he doesn't have a car? That's just wild.
You know, he's interrupting all the time.
He's yelling at his attorneys while they're up there.
His attorney's turning around like he doesn't know how to handle it. He's in the middle of speaking to a judge at the podium, and behind him is shouting. He's shouting orders. That was the attorney who just quit the day after that, and now he has a new attorney. And so this one tried to speak, and when the judge told him he's not allowed to speak anymore, after he had that burst, he started shouting at him and pointing at him, and he said, "You'll have to represent yourself if you pro se, but if you have a lawyer, I'm only going to hear one of you. Otherwise, you can be a witness in the trial." But I forgot where I was saying.
What was it like to hear him saying, I mean, we just have talked about Rudy Giuliani's fall from grace so much and detailed it, but what is it like to hear him saying, you know, I can't pay my bills, I don't have cash?
I didn't really feel sorry for him. I'm sure he's managing okay. And these women who he's defamed are not seeing much of it at all. I mean, allegedly, he said, I gave the car away, but he gave the keys without the paperwork. He didn't give the title. So the judge even said, what good is the car without the title?
Yeah, Ellie, how does that work? Where, I mean, he does turn over his vintage Mercedes, but it's not that it's worthless, it's still a car, but there's no, like, they don't actually own it because they don't have the title for it yet.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who Rudy Giuliani owes money to. He owes the most to Ms. Moss and Ms. Freeman, $140+ million. Nobody's ever going to be made whole. Even if Rudy actually were able or willing to turn over his assets, he would never give them a fraction of what they're owed. To a point that Jane made and you made before, Rudy Giuliani's fall from grace has been beyond epic. It's been Shakespearean. I mean, it's hard to remember, but in the 80s, Jane.
The fact is, the word on the street is Rudy Giuliani cleaned up New York when it was crime infested. In case nobody heard about that story, that was the word on the street back in the day, that Rudy Giuliani cleaned up the streets when New York was crime infested. I mean, that's the word on the street. If you go check his history, when he was mayor of New York wasn't like heavy on crime. That was just things that everybody said about him. Because people are asking, what did he do? Name one good thing Rudy did. Well, that's one thing he did. That's the word on the street.
When you started, a little before my time, but he was a revered figure in New York City. He was the king of St. Andrew's Plaza, down where the courthouse is. He was the most powerful person there. He was feared and respected, but that arrogance also did poke through in the 80s, right? And now that arrogance and hubris has taken him all the way down.
So, Errol, contrast that picture that Errol just painted there of what Giuliani used to be like to listen to what he said outside of court today.
The reality is, I have no cash. It's all tied up. So right now...
Shout out to Craig. Craig Croy says, that was back in the day, but he ruined his life for Trump. So, meaning Craig agrees that he actually cleaned up New York as a mayor of New York back in the day. But then, as soon as he associated himself with the 45th and now the 47th president-elect, he ruined it for himself. Isn't that interesting? For some reason, my mic can't pronounce T. Okay, Ty. Let me put Ty on ice real fast. Bye-bye, Ty. Go back to mommy's basement, bruh. Now you have nobody to talk to. This is the thing. You had a chance to talk lightly here. Now you're going to go back to your mom's basement. Nothing to do. Bye.
If I wanted to call a taxi cab, I can't do it. I don't have a credit card. I don't have a checking account. I have no place I can go take cash out except a little bit that I saved, and it's getting down to almost nothing.
It really is a Shakespearean fall from grace. Although I will tell you, shortly before I came over here, he was doing his radio show as usual. Had a few hundred listeners online, and I don't know how many over the radio. And he was attacking some judge out west and so forth, and not the least bit apologetic. So there are some people, including some billionaires, who have taken care of Rudy Giuliani. They let him fly on their private jet. They give him a job hosting a radio show. He's getting paid something. He's clearly not doing it for free.
He flew first class in front of me on the way to the convention, the Republican convention. I had gotten upgraded and he was in front of me.
Right, so he couldn't get a cab and he didn't have any cash in his pocket, but he had a first class ticket. And this is the kind of chicanery, this is the kind of inconsistencies that I think is making the judge visibly angry and really sort of had him threaten to sanction Rudy Giuliani if he continues with this.
Well, the other part that I thought was interesting was there's an upcoming trial, Ellie, in this case, ongoing saga. And his attorney said that, he couldn't make it because he has to consult with Trump, and said he regularly consults and deals directly with Trump on issues that are facing the incoming administration that is afoot, as well as inauguration events. The judge didn't seem to care and said, your social calendar is not important here.
Judge said, too bad. I mean, this is just one small part of Rudy's legal problems. Let's remember, he's under 2 indictments, state indictments in Georgia and Arizona. There's nothing Donald Trump can do to help him there. Pardons won't do anything. On those state cases, he owes various people verdicts, defamation verdicts. He's had his law license stripped in D.C. and New York. Again, all to this fall from grace. He's never going to be able to outrun all of his legal problems, no matter what he does.
Speaking of outrunning legal problems, you once sketched Ellie Honig, I hear?
Oh, yes.
During the John Gotti trial?
I did, yeah.
There it is.
Thoughts?
Okay, so
oh my God, that's epic.
Jane is a masterful artist. She makes me look 6'4"
seriously.
there, which I may or may not be. People can't tell on TV when we're sitting
The lawyer.
Yeah, this is John Gotti.
6'6".
This is John Gotti in front, who's our defendant, Charlie Carnesi, the defense lawyer who since passed away, the Judge Castell.
Carnesi's kind of short compared. You have
it's
to
all
admit.
relative, Jane.
So you are 6 feet tall compared to him.
Did Ellie pay you to do that?
No.
A multi-million-dollar.
Oh, this is another one. Giuliani claims I can't buy food while facing deadline to turn over assets to women he defamed. Whoa.
Apartment, an old school Mercedes convertible, dozens of watches, just a few of the items former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani has been ordered to hand over. And he has until the end of the week to do it, or he'll face contempt charges. A federal judge gave the order last week. He owes a pair of Georgia election workers close to $150 million for defaming them for doing their jobs after the 2020 election. And since he says he doesn't have that kind of cash, the courts have ordered him to hand over his possessions instead. Giuliani now claiming he doesn't even have money to buy food, asking for help. With us now is someone who's worked very closely with America's mayor, Ken Friedman. He was the press secretary for his 1993 mayoral campaign. He was also a consulting producer on the CNN original series, Giuliani, What Happened to America's Mayor. Ken, good to see you.
Thank you, Jessica. You too.
I'm struck by, good to see you. I'm struck with the line, I can't buy food. He's asking for help. What does this signal to you about where Rudy Giuliani is right now?
Well, I don't think he's down to his last meal, but he's raised $150,000 since yesterday, since he posted on Twitter his GoFundMe page to help him eat. I suppose that's some tailwind from Trump's winning. That $150,000, and Giuliani probably feels emboldened that Trump was reelected, but he can't help him in Georgia. He can't help him in Arizona because those are state charges. So he's on his own, both in these civil actions and in those criminal cases that I mentioned that he's been indicted for. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. He owes the creditors committee, which includes Smartmatic and Noel Dunphy, and several other creditors, untold millions. They've made claims as well. So if he gets sanctioned next week, is he going to pay it? I doubt it. Will he be sentenced to prison? I doubt it. But Judge Lyman, I suspect, is not playing games anymore. He gave him another week's extension. and he won't let him look like a fool much longer.
Well, and I'm curious too, and I don't know if you know the answer to this or not, but for the GoFundMe page, if you have now been told to give almost everything you have because you claim you don't have any money to pay these fines, these damages, does he get to keep that $150,000? How does that even work?
I don't know. I don't know the legal rules on that, but I'll bet they'll attach that as well. They're attaching the $2 million that Trump owes Rudy for legal work. So, I think he's going to run out of fingers, this little Dutch boy.
And it is remarkable. I mean, always when we cover this story to think about, and I think you had a front row seat to this, just the incredible downfall of a man who was once heralded as America's mayor is now in this position that we're outlining right now.
I talk to people all the time who think he's hit rock bottom, and then he somehow digs himself a little deeper hole. And if you're shameless and shameful, I suppose there's no bottom.
And do you think he's still, I mean, in terms of, well, you just laid it out perfectly, which is there really is no Trump lifeline here because of where these cases are.
Right.
Do you think in his mind he still, though, really connects himself with the former president, now president-elect?
Yes, he does. Listen, remember he spoke at the rally at Madison Square Garden, and that was only a couple of weeks ago. So he's still on the Friends of Trump list. I mean, it remains to be seen what kind of favors he'll be granted.
Yeah. And we also know that, look, I kind of went through it at the beginning with what they're trying to get him to turn over: the apartment, the cars, the watches. There's also 4 Yankees World Series rings, which you have to think that sort of stuff is that hurts.
Yeah, that's valuable, and it hurts. Certainly, it hurts personally, very much like being disbarred in New York and Washington, D.C. I'm pretty sure that the ruse to convince the court that he gifted those rings to his son will be exposed soon enough, too. It's just a matter of, kicking the can down the road. He's playing keep away from the court, and he's not going to, he's going to run out of rope soon.
Yeah, eventually you end up in a dead end. All right, Ken Friedman, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, was in court this week, and a judge is threatening to hold him in contempt if he does not turn over his assets to those 2 election workers he defamed back in 2016. They've been accusing him of resisting, even hiding assets. How serious is this for Giuliani?
Well, it's only going to end poorly for Rudy Giuliani.
Why do they always wait for these people to be old, though? Why do they wait for this guy to be so old? Now it's going down the drain. Why are you waiting for this man to be old before you start bringing your charges? People just come in the chat and say BS. But it is what it is. Why do you wait for these guys to be old before you bring your charges and then you say, well, we got to stop you now? Why? But if he did anything wrong, he should stand trial. And of course, he should, pay for his crimes. But in my opinion, it's they always wait for people to be old before these things come to life. Why?
He's managed to kick the can down the road up till now, but he's running out of road. I mean, let's remember, he's also under indictment. He on state level charges in Georgia, and he's also had his law license stripped. Now, this is a civil case, so he owes Ruby Freeman and Maye Musk about $148 million. Obviously, he'll never be able to pay that, but now they're trying to seize his assets through the courts, as they're entitled to do, and the judge here is clearly fed up and beyond with Rudy Giuliani. Rudy's already been kicked out of bankruptcy court because he was playing games with his assets, so it's only a matter of time before those assets get seized and turned over to the rightful plaintiffs. Rudy keeps trying to fight, but he's out of rope here. He just can't fight this any longer, and eventually his property is going to get turned over to the plaintiffs who are rightly entitled to it.
And Ellie, is there anything a President Trump can do for him?
Not at all. Donald Trump cannot issue a pardon in a state case. As I mentioned before, Rudy Giuliani is not facing federal charges. He's only facing state charges criminally at this point. And the president has no ability to get involved in a civil case, in a lawsuit, in a bankruptcy, in anything like this. So I think Rudy's on his own here.
Yeah, this is the end of the road, it sounds like, for him when it comes to this. All right, Ellie Honig, as always, thanks so much.
Shout out to Rudy Giuliani. Shout out to. I hope he falls on his feet, not on his face. And you just never know. In this world, you just never know. Sometimes your hero can be something else, and sometimes there's something else that you think could be a hero. So, but my thing is, why are they waiting for these people to be old, though? Like, why do they wait for these people to be old before they bring anything of substance to the table? Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We are about to say goodbye to the stream. You guys have been watching for over like almost 4 hours now. Man, you guys are the best. Straight up, you guys are the best. Thank you for tuning into the live show. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Do you want to keep going, or you want us to end the live show? Man, people are tearing me up in the chat. Okay, here we go. Stay, Dennis. Shout out to Dennis. Dennis, are you going to work today, Dennis? Denise, are you going to work today? You remember you always say, Genesis, you held me up. You held me up. I was going to go to sleep. Okay. Let's see. Dennis says stays. Okay, so what do you think Kamala is going to do now? What do you think Kamala is going to do now? Do you think she's going to stay in politics and probably run for re-election in 2028 as the president of the United States? But is she going to even pass the primaries, though? Is she going to pass the primaries, though? Or she's just going to go to California? Is that even re-election, or she's gonna run again because she lost in 2024 against Trump? So let's see what's going on here.
Let's bring in Ben Domenech. All right, Ben, Trump's flexing his muscle. He's hitting the ground running. He's often started to get out the way, is what I would suggest.
Yeah, I think, Stuart, you encapsulated it very well there. I think that the shift that we're going to see in terms of policy is really going to be one of the most dramatic in American history, away from the approach that has been used by the Biden-Harris administration over the past 4 years, and toward an agenda that I think is pretty clear in people's minds about what they're expecting. I think the critical question is whether the president is going to be able to have the kind of delivery on his promises early enough on that people feel confident and sustain that confidence going forward. There's a lot of challenges there, especially considering that we're climbing out of a hole when it comes to the inflation that people have experienced, the level of price increases that has affected so many people's bottom lines, their kitchen table issues and the like, that the president is going to have to deal with, and is going to have to deliver on his promise of an economy that actually works for people. I think he will be able to do that, but it's going to be a pretty hard and a demanding task And certainly there's going to be a lot of people around him who are brought into this government who weren't around in the first term, frankly. He's choosing a lot of new faces, and I think he's doing that for a reason, which is that he understands the degree to which the country is demanding dramatic change.
You're right. Politico reports that Kamala Harris is telling her allies and advisors to keep her options open, whether it be for a possible presidential run in 2028 or to run for governor in California in 2026. Harris has apparently claimed she's staying in the fight. What do you think happens to her political career from here on out, Ben?
I mean, is she going to try to do the Richard Nixon imitation? Is she going to go back to run in California for governor, lose, and then run for president again? I mean, it's one of these things that I think is going to be a difficult issue for Democrats to navigate, given the simple fact that they have a number of rising stars in the governorships across the country, including people like Josh Shapiro, people like Wes Moore, et cetera, people who would probably be much better candidates on the national level. But Kamala is trying to hold on to this. She's trying to, keep her grip on it. I don't think that she's going to be able to do so, though, because I think the Democratic Party understands she was handed a dramatic loss in a very significant fashion in ways they didn't expect, and they want to move on. I think it's time generationally to have a shift to a newer class of politician who can perhaps take on someone like J.D. Vance, perhaps, 4 years from now.
Ben Domenech, I think you're right. Thanks very much for joining us. You have a great Thanksgiving. See you again later.
You cannot put anything above the Democratic Party, bro. Like, it's just, they are going to surprise you every step of the way. They may run Kamala for 2028. They may run Kamala for 2028. There's nothing above these guys, bro. They may run Kamala and say, let's do it again. She's here. She's a warrior. She's a joyful warrior. She's a joyful warrior. But there's no way they're going to run her without doing a primary, though. They have to do a primary. A primary has to be done. So I don't know if she's going to win that, though. Josh Shapiro, for sure. Like Trump would say, Newscom. Gavin Newsom definitely can play a big role in the 2028 presidential election.
I want to show you. This is a seasoning.
Y'all remember? You guys remember this guy? You guys remember this guy on CNN? And he said there's no way Trump is going to win the election. Here we go.
Your mama. So you said, well, James, you'd do anything to win. You had this wonderful relationship with your mother, mutual idolatry, which a lot of mothers and sons have in Louisiana, in the documentary. And would you slap your mama to win an election? Of course I would. And you know what else? If I told my mama, I got to slap you to win. And she said, son, is that going to help you close the sale? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, go ahead and slap me. Go ahead and slap me. You do anything you can to win.
Newt Gingrich is the former Speaker of the House. So, Speaker, when you see Democrats come and do shows and confess their sins after a loss, is this what normal campaigns do?
Well, sure. I mean, look, all of these folks are out there, not counting James Carville, who I've known and loved for years. He's one of the great characters in American politics. These other folks, they all are just totally at the end of their career. If they can't find a way to spin their way out of this, all of them are going to the nursing home or to some retirement village because they failed. And they didn't fail just modestly. They took $1 billion plus, threw it all away, had the dumbest possible scheduling, but around, frankly, a pretty dumb candidate. And the net effect is, and some of these folks I know personally are very smart, but they got caught up in a cycle where they all look now like they're complicit in what was one of the dumbest races in American history.
Why are they talking about, Rogan or the spending? Joe broke the bank and he broke the border. And any Democrat was going to lose this race. Why don't they talk about what got him into this mess in the first place?
Because then they wouldn't be Democrats. Look, Jesse, the great crisis of the Democratic Party is their policies.
Yeah.
Everything they really need to do to be acceptable, this will come up in 2026 in the off-year election. If these folks cannot get rid of being who they are, they're going to, I think, lose again in 26 in a historic election such as FDR had in 1934. And the reason's simple. The country doesn't want their policies. The country doesn't believe in their values. And the country thinks they can't perform. Now, the challenge for the Democrats is this is not a communications issue. It's not a better advertising issue. It's not a smarter candidate issue. The problem is the core of the Democratic Party has drifted away from America. And today, they're confronted with the reality that Donald Trump represents the values of the core of the American people, and they don't.
Can they change their values at 50, 60, 70 years old?
Well, sure, they can do almost anything if they're desperate enough. It took the Republicans, about 70 years to recover from Franklin Roosevelt.
Oh, God.
But they eventually did.
70
with
years.
Reagan.
70 years in the wilderness. You're getting my hopes up, Speaker.
Yeah. No, look, I don't, they're not quite, people need to understand this. This is not over. They're still a live force. They still have huge resources. But here's their problem. They're going to have two wings of the party. You heard Bernie Sanders. He's prepared to start a new party. So you're going to have all of the really radical left saying, we're not going to budge, we're not going to change. The problem is the American people don't understand us, but if we browbeat them, they'll go along. And then you're going to have sort of a survival wing of the party that says, what is it Donald Trump wants me to say? Because I'd like to live to fight in the future. Those two wings are going to come right together in a collision that's going to take place over the next 2 or 3 years. And it's very fundamental. Are you for transgender males in sports or not? Are you for tax increases or not? You go right down a list of things, and the party is going to be split deeply about core values.
All right, and
This is what I predicted weeks ago when Trump was announced as the 47th president-elect of the United States. I said, I do not think that the Democratic Party, which is my opinion, okay? Shout out to YouTube. I do not think that the Democratic Party will win the presidential election for probably the next 4 to 16 years. If Trump, this is key though. This statement I'm about to make is key. If Trump does everything he promised he was going to do, if he accomplishes everything he said he was going to accomplish during the campaign, during the rally, during the town halls, they may never win an election in the next 20 years, except somebody comes along and sweeps the American people off their feet. There is no amount of money you spend. There is no amount of PR you do. There is no amount you pay celebrities in Hollywood, Beyonce, Taylor Swift. None of those people are going to help you win an election moving forward. Things have changed. Everybody loves organic things right now. Nobody wants some Barbie on a horse coming to point the fingers down and say, vote for this lady, vote for this man. Nope. You live in a mansion. You live in a mansion. You don't know how much the gas prices are. You don't know how much the mortgage price is. You don't know how much interest rate is. You don't know how much the a gallon of milk costs. So you're not just gonna come up here and tell us to vote for this person, and then you want to say, and then you want to say, and then you want to say, guess what they want to say? The people who voted for Trump are illiterate. This is why the Democrat may never win an election in the next presidential election. Though they're probably gonna win governor, mayor, all that stuff they'll win. But presidential election, it may be a long time for them to win the next one. This is why they may never win the presidential election in a long time moving forward. Because I know this guy called Donald Trump, he is going to do everything in his power to stand by his words when it comes to the border, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to foreign policies. He's going to make sure. Remember, from 2016 to 2020, remember opportunity zones. Remember the most affordable gas prices we ever had. Remember the mortgage rates from 2016 to 2020. Remember Abraham's Accord. Remember Abraham's Accord, people. Remember right to try. Remember the First Step Act. That's prison reform. Remember HBCU funding, record level, record funding. Remember that? Remember the economy was, man, I was balling. I was balling. I know y'all would tell me you were not balling from 2016 to 2020. Because some people will say, well, 2020, when it happened, they sent check to everybody. That's why you were balling. No, I was balling from like 2018, bro. I was balling from 2018. 2020 just was like icing on the cake. We had money saved up. I had money stacked up in my bank account. I'm like, yo, all of a sudden we're taking money out. We're taking money out. What's going on? We're taking money out. Bidenomics, we're taking money out. We're spending money on stuff we don't even, it's like electricity bill went up, grocery went up, gas went up, interest rate went up. It's like, woo, I got to keep my credit card now. Craig says Obama's economy. This is the thing, man. So, okay, Craig, can you tell me something? No, it's not if. When Trump brings back the economy, safeguard the border, and negotiate peace around the world, would you say it's Biden's economy? Because I know what you guys can say. Because Bitcoin is already on a highest record right now. Bitcoin has broken the record just because Trump was announced as the president-elect. Just being announced as the president-elect, crypto is going wild. Okay, here we go. Craig, these are the people I'm talking about, guys. Craig says Trump is going to take credit for Biden's economy coming up. Biden's economy coming up? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen. Let me tell you how to double tap. No. Let me show you. Let me show you how to like the live stream because this guy is right here. Double tap your screen twice. That is how to like the live show. Double tap your screen twice. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get 10% of the people watching right now to like the live show. God bless you. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. Okay? God is great. God is great. God is great. Yes, we are about to go. We're about to go. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Yes, you guys are the best, man. I mean, who would talk this long for 4 hours and 15 minutes? I watch other people stream and it's like they are just there for like 40 minutes and it's like, okay, see you guys later. But we are here talking for 4 hours, 15 minutes. This is just interesting. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. God bless the United States. God bless you guys. Thank you to the veterans in the chat. Everybody who has served the United States. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. And to the moderators, Mr. Booski, God bless you. Cooper, shout out to Cooper. Cooper is probably one of the most insightful people that I've met on the internet. Cooper is definitely insightful. She knows a lot. She's vast. I want to learn a lot from Cooper. God bless you, Cooper. And shout out to Mr. Booski one more time. Very experienced political nerd. Yes, man. Everybody will tune in. God bless you guys. I want to shout out a lady. Let me see. Anne. Her name is Anne. Her name is Anne. She spoke about what she's going through. So Anne Mary Silva. God bless you, Anne Mary Silva. Sorry about what you're going through. And love, love, love from the heart. Sending love to you. And you know you're a superwoman. You know you are a superwoman. So let's go, Anne. Let's go. Shout out to you, Anne. Thank you for tuning in one more time. You are the best, Anne. Thank you. And to Craig, anybody who doesn't, or anybody who do not support this opinion, is fine. This is why we coexist. You're not supposed to have the same opinions as me, okay? It is what it is, okay? This is why we are human beings. I don't agree with everything my wife says, but we're still married, okay? So that's how life works. So let's coexist regardless of what you think, regardless of what I think. We can still coexist, okay? It's all love. We are the human race. Human race, there's no purple, there's no green, there's no color, okay? Stop looking at colors. Look at the fact that we are all one, which is human race, okay? Love, peace, joy to you guys. Also, I got this in the mail today, guys. I don't know if you guys can see this. The shorts, people on the shorts can see this. Let me see the people on the other one. So this is Google AdSense. I got this in the mail today just to confirm my address. And shout out to YouTube for monetizing the channel. And yeah, I wasn't monetized for a long time because the news was I was hurting people with my content. So, but shout out to YouTube for showing me so much love, and shout out to you guys for staying here. And you guys are the best, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I gotta go, guys. It is 6:25 a.m. I live in Georgia. My daughter is 5 years old. She has pediatrician um appointment today at 8 a.m. And her mom isn't home because her mom isn't feeling too good. But it's 6:25. My daughter has a pediatrician appointment by 8 a.m. And I'm here talking to you guys. Life is wonderful, man. Life is wonderful. Enjoy your life. Breathe in the air. Go outside today. Today. Make sure you go outside. Take the sun in. Breathe in. Breathe in the air. Walk on your barefoot, okay? Let the earth absorb the earth. Take the sun in. Drink a lot of water. Enjoy life, okay? It's going to be a lot of ups and downs in life regardless. It is what it is. However, we cannot sober and lay down and say our life is the worst. No. Enjoy the pain. It is what it is. Enjoy your life regardless, okay? Do not let anybody take all your energy. Preserve your energy. Don't let anybody take your energy. Anybody who's taking too much energy from you, you better let them go. Okay. Let them go, people. Anyone who's taking too much energy from you, you better let them go. Preserve yourself. Take care of yourself. Take care of your health. Make yourself a priority. Okay. Try to eat healthy. I'm trying my best. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying my best. But You guys take care of yourself. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. It is your boy Genesis. I am signing out. Okay. I gotta go. I got to go. God bless you. Thank you.